Good morning. I would like to welcome you at the conference Transformation of a Newsroom with the Advent of Artificial Intelligence Journalism. This cyber conference is organized by Center of Artificial Intelligence Journalism at the Faculty of Social Sciences, Charles University. What we are having in plan today are 3 sessions of great papers on the topic of the implementation of the automation and artificial intelligence into the newsrooms, and will be concentrated on the topics of the implementation as well as of the research of the AI and in the journalism. I would like to welcome here my dear colleagues, the director of the Center of Artificial Intelligence Journalism, Dr. Václav Moravec. And also I would like to welcome here our dear guest who will open this conference, Vice Rector for European Affairs at the Charles University, Professor Lenka Rovná. So I'll pass the word now to my colleagues and we can start.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Prague. On behalf of the Center of Artificial Intelligence Journalism at the Faculty of Social Sciences of Charles University in Prague, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the conference that focuses on how artificial intelligence transforms the everyday practice in newsroom. This international conference is follow-up to the conference we organized last year in September. The first event focused on the challenges that we journalists face in the 21st century. In September, we hope to welcome you in May in Prague in person. Unfortunately, we had to organize this conference again in an online form. Thank you for joining us from all over the world, at least in this way. It is my sincere wish and hope that we will have the chance to host you in our beautiful city of Prague sometime soon. Before we start this interesting day with our outstanding speakers, I would like to thank the Technology Agency of the Czech Republic that support this conference throughout the project Transformation of Journalism Ethics with the advent of artificial intelligence. Moreover, I would like to thank the Rectorate of the Charles University for supporting us in our research activities and Faculty of Social Sciences for facilitating the organization of this event. When I look at the program ahead of us, we truly have much to look forward to. Apart from a number of interesting contributions, we have the honor to welcome 2 keynote speakers. David Caswell from BBC News Lab. David will talk about how BBC experiments and works with delivering personally relevant news stories to their audiences, and Sam Gregory, who is program director of Witness, and who will talk about threats related to deepfakes and their potential solution for journalists. I believe that the combination of perspectives, not only from Europe, but also from North America, Asia, and South Africa, will provide us quite a complex view of how artificial intelligence transforms everyday journalism work. We will learn about different problems journalists are facing in the different countries. For instance, with regard to the Czech Republic, we will welcome Radka Marková, the editor-in-chief at the Czech News Agency, who will introduce you to the pioneering work of this agency in the field of automated journalism in Czech Republic. Now let me introduce the Vice Rector of European Affairs at Charles University in Prague, Professor Lenka Robna, and Associated Professor Philip Laab from Faculty of Social Sciences, who will both welcome you in this conference. Madam Vice Rector, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear friends, thank you very much for a kind invitation to welcome you at Charles University. Charles University, as you know well, is one of the oldest European universities, at least the oldest north from Alps and east of Rhine River, founded in 1348 by the Emperor of Holy Roman Empire and the Czech King Charles IV. On behalf of the rector, I would like to welcome you either in person or online. When Václav Moravec asked me to take part and was describing the conference, he mentioned the word robot and robotics. At this moment, the name of one of the famous alumni of Charles University came up to my mind. The writer, playwright, journalist, and philosopher Karel Čapek, born in 1890, invented, supposedly with his brother, the painter Josef Čapek, and used for the first time the word robot in his drama R.U.R. People constructed robots to work for them. Robots looked like people, worked like people, but didn't have emotions. The revolt of robots led to the extermination of people. Machine robots dominated the world. Two robots, male and female, who fell in love with each other, brought the ray of hope. The world was safe. The salvation guaranteed. It was love which brought it. Hopefully, emotions, love, and compassion, joy, and happiness will prevail in the future world with robots. I have another matter on my mind. On Sunday afternoon, I took part at the opening of the debate about the future of Europe in the building of European Parliament in Strasbourg. French President Emmanuel Macron, President of the Commission Ursula von der Leyen, and the Prime Minister of presiding country Portugal, Antonio Costa, gave welcome speeches. I was one of the citizens displayed on the wall. Nearly 20 years ago, I was the member of the convention representing Czech state, which was preparing the new European Constitution, now Lisbon Treaty. The speeches were excellent and full of enthusiasm. One aspect was missing, and it was research. I fully believe that to reach a just world, to avert climate change, to wisely digitalize, we need the science, including social sciences. The debate about the future of Europe appeals to citizens to take part. It is not a lost case. I can promise you that I will focus all my experience, that we will be heard. The world achieved tremendous successes. 1 year after the break of the pandemic, we are in the middle of the process of vaccination. The processes of digitalization are speeding up. On the other hand, we can see growing signs of limiting citizens' freedom, breaching university autonomy, influencing the press, and shrinking the scope of democracy. This is not only the case of Central and Eastern European countries. Please, let us use the new trends, new inventions, digitalization, artificial intelligence, robots to promote democracy and freedom, not to limit it. Have a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Rector. This was Vice Rector of European Affairs at Charles University in Prague, Professor Lenka Rovna. And now Filip Láb. Filip, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Václav. So the topic of today's conference is the transformation of the newsrooms with the advent of artificial intelligence journalism. And artificial intelligence has entered newsrooms around the globe during the last decade. The era of sophisticated algorithms, machine learning tools, and full automation from eerily simple beginnings solution began. AI tools play an important role on many levels of the process of making and distributing news. AI assists journalists in their work, whether it's fully automated production of the news stories or the partial use of machine learning. The integration of AI-based tools into the journalism processes also places huge demand for journalists, technical staffs, and lead editors. Will robotic reporters replace human journalists? What can be the automating in the media? What are the implications of the ongoing trend to the automation process in the media? The conference Transformation of the Newsrooms with the Advent of Artificial Intelligence Journalism is interested in sharing the best practice, presenting case studies, good and not so good solutions, advantages, and also dangers and risks connected with AI in everyday journalism practice. And I would like to present our first keynote speaker, who is David Caswell. David Caswell is the Executive Product Manager from BBC News Lab. He previously managed data products at LA Times Media Group and was Director of Product Management for Content Understanding at Yahoo. He's also researched structured and automated journalism as an RJI Fellow at the Missouri School of Journalism and has developed structured knowledge systems for intelligent applications. He's particularly interested in exploring sustainable models for news in the digital communication environment. And David will present his keynote speech, Scaling Public Access to Journalism Using Automation. David, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to speak here. I will share my slides, and just bear with me 1 minute. Okay. Again, thank you for the invitation, and I will kind of give you a very brief overview of what I'll talk about here. I'll explain a little bit about BBC News Labs, where this work is coming from. I will kind of go into the background or the context for the news environment as a whole in the digital ecosystem and how that impacts a public service broadcaster like the BBC, and I think also most news organizations, and then build on that towards this idea of personalization and the necessity of personalization in the digital ecosystem. And then at that point, I'll get into some very specific projects that we've done in BBC News Labs using artificial intelligence to generate a particular kind of personalization around new story formats. And then I'll wrap up with a brief look at where this might be going in the future. So to start, just BBC News Labs very briefly, we're this team of about 20 people that sit at the intersection of very large organizations within the BBC. So the news organization, the engineering organization, the product organization where I work, and the R&D organization, and we're in this intersection point. So we're a cross-functional team. We're funded by these organizations. We report up into these organizations, and we have a very fast-paced prototyping way of working, where we do about 3 or 4 projects every 8 weeks, and then we do another set of projects, and then another set of projects. So we're continually churning out prototypes that we use for audience testing, for testing with journalists, for evaluation in different ways. And then we also do a communication function, both within the BBC and externally. So this is the sort of the context that this work is coming from. So to step back and take a look at what's happening to news generally, news has gone through this dramatic disruption that's basically caused by this phenomena or this change, which is the change from an environment where there were very few organizations or entities that could broadcast information to a large number of people, and that was this old world where you needed a television station or a printing press or a distribution network to communicate news. And we've transitioned to this new world, this new digital network world, where everybody can communicate anything to everybody else on the planet at any time. And that's a very fundamental change. It's change in the shape or the topology of the communication environment. And it's kind of at the heart of so many of these problems that we're facing in news. And one aspect of that is the change in essentially the power over the communication ecosystem, which used to reside with the broadcasters and the publishers in the past because they owned the sort of the scarce thing, whereas now increasingly in the digital world, that power resides with the platforms who control the ways in which everybody talks to everybody else or communicates with everybody else. And that's the sort of the context that we're coming to from this. And so for us in the BBC, this leaves us with a legacy of essentially pre-digital workflows and cultures and artifacts that we're essentially trying to transition into the digital environment. So for example, our flagship news programs are generally kind of one size fits all. We do have regional versions of news, but in general, we have kind of one news broadcast that the entire country kind of consumes at 6 o'clock and 10 o'clock every night. And that really is one size fits all down to the time at which it shows. In our text, we have a one size fits all product, which is essentially this kind of wall of text. And this is kind of surprising in a way because the BBC only got into text production of news during the digital era, but a lot of the techniques and cultures that were brought in to do that were from the legacy print world. And so we have this kind of essentially pre-digital format, this wall of text. And these are not really accessible to more and more people. You have this environment where the willingness of news consumers, or even the ability of news consumers to consume text at this kind of level, that is diminishing. And so the core of our challenge is that we used to have this idea of the audience, a single audience, which was kind of tied to the people that watched the television channel or the people that read the newspaper. And we don't have that anymore. What we have now is this. We have these very, very diverse audiences. And as a public service broadcaster or news organization, the BBC has to cater to all of these. We have to serve all of these diverse audiences. And we have to do that in the midst of unbelievable competition for attention. We are that little dot way up there on the top of that chart in this map of the major websites of the world. And so the amount of competition that we face for the attention of our users is almost infinite. And in order in terms of the tools that we have to engage in that competition, we have a single website and a single app. Not exactly, but broadly speaking, that's the case. And so what this sets up, it sets up this challenge for us, to which the only feasible solution is to personalize what we do or adapt what we do to fit those diverse audiences. And so personalization is in a very real way a kind of a structural necessity for serving universal public service news to the diversity of audiences that we need to serve. So given that we have to personalize, well, what is it that we can personalize? We can distribute different stories to different people. So this is recommender systems or ranking of news stories differently for different people. We can format or present the stories differently to different people. So we can tell them differently in different ways to different people, or we can assemble the stories themselves in different ways for different people. And what I'll talk about here is mostly this one, which is about the formatting or the presentation of stories in different ways for different people. And this is not just a aesthetic choice that people have. It's a very fundamental necessity for facilitating different consumption behaviors. So some people like to consume a lot of news and just get a small amount of the essential information about each story. Some people like to consume a lot of detail about individual stories. Some people like to consume news visually. Some people are doing other things. Maybe they're driving or they're listening to their headphones and they need news in an audio format. So, some people are very systematic in their news consumption. Some people are very kind of snacking and browsing in their news consumption. These are all different consumption behaviors, and we have to facilitate those. So an example of how one of our competitors does that, this is the Daily Mail, and this is specifically about the formats for news. They have essentially 5 formats on their page. Their headline is a format. They have these very, very long headlines that essentially tell the gist of the story in a single sentence, sometimes as much as 40 words long. They have these bullet point versions of stories where the entire story is summarized in between 4 and 8 bullet points. They have a lot of text. They often have 1,000 or 1,500 word text articles that they're basing these on. They have image galleries where they tell the full story in a set of images with captions, and they have video versions of the stories. And each of these is not a decoration or an adjunct to the article. Each of these is a way to fully consume the story in different ways and at different granularities, but to fully consume the story in and of itself. At the BBC, generally, not entirely, but generally, we still have essentially a single format. We have this wall of text, and then we have an image on top, which is a decorative image that does not tell the story. It just supplements the text article. So we need more ways to tell stories so that we can genuinely serve the diverse audiences that we need to serve. And we do a lot of experiments with different kind of forms of news stories. And when they kind of come down to production ready or near to production expressions on the website, it looks something like this with bullet point versions and image galleries and so on. But the challenge here is how do we create those different formats using our approximately existing workflow? And there's kind of 3 ways. So one way is to do it manually. We can have every story created in every format by hand. Another way is to fully automate it. We could use algorithms to format the formats or to create the formats from the existing output, say from the existing article. But we haven't chosen to do those. We've chosen to do this semi-automated approach where we use our journalistic talent to modify slightly the existing workflow and operate at a higher level of productivity using essentially AI tools. And so these different techniques are used by different news organizations, but the one that we're pursuing is the semi-automated version where journalists or existing journalists are in full control, but their abilities or their productivity is augmented using these tools. So an example of that is the work we've done on our bullet point stories, which we will be launching into production this summer. And so the starting point for this is the article. So the existing workflow produces an article. We use that article as the starting point. And then we use several different summarization techniques to extract bullet point summaries from those. And so these are for abstractive summarization, which is essentially rewriting the article in a set of bullet points in its entirety. We use the Google Pegasus language model for that, which is designed for summarization. But we also use extractive summarization, where we take key sentences as written from the article to represent the story. And we have a system that we've developed to enable journalists to develop and explore this space. So this isn't just a technical project. This is a project where we provide this playground to journalists and enable them essentially to control the kinds of models and the strategies that those models use to generate different kinds of summaries. So they can use the full array of artificial intelligence tools to determine how those tools create those summaries. And we call those strategies, and we have this system for tracking the different strategies that are possible that teams come up with for summarization. And these have different advantages and disadvantages in different situations. So that's one example of how we can sort of take these AI tools and use them to augment the ability of journalists to produce these bullet point summaries. And then, of course, each of these has a sub-editing portion. We don't publish directly from the algorithm. The bullet point summaries are created, and then the journalist edits those. We do something similar with visual stories, and these are for image galleries, where we use extractive summarization for this. And then we do named entity extraction and topic extraction from the summary. And then we use those in a search strategy within our internal image database, which we call BBC Images. It's based on the Guardian's grid image database, which is open source. And so we have an interface with that API, and we search within that API using those extracted entities, and then we use those to select the images and then caption the images to create a draft image story for the journalist to use. So again, we start with the article, and then we end up with this draft image version of the story that the journalist can edit if they choose, and then make the decision to publish. We've even done this with comics. So again, starting with the article, we've built this system where we can assemble comics mostly automatically, just directly from an article. And so what we do is, again, we extract topics and named entities from the article, and then we match those to this catalog of components that we have and assemble the comics that way. And those components at the moment, it's just in the health domain. But this strategy has been fairly successful, although it's only in the very early testing stage. This is the workflow or the architecture for this. On the top there, the top right is the tool where you basically put you basically put the article in as a starting point, and it generates the draft comic strip that's between maybe 8 to 12 panels, and then there's an editing panel for the individual images themselves. Each individual panel can be edited, so the journalist can control the text and can control the imagery as well. So again, it's article in, generate the draft, journalist edits the draft, and so this is the assembly, the combinatorial assembly of those components into panels is an expression of AI here. So what these techniques are generally doing is they're taking the existing workflow, which normally just produces articles and then those are published, and it adds this mechanism which uses different forms of AI to produce draft output of some kind, whether that's a bullet point summary, an image version of the story, or a comic version of the story. Then there's a very quick editing workflow that the journalist is engaged in at that point, and then those are published. So we get multiple different formats to communicate our stories to different audiences in different ways. We get those more or less from our existing workflow. That's the general idea here. Traditional journalism was very straightforward. The journalist produced the article, and what I've talked about here is using traditional journalism, producing the article, apply some automation, and then create different versions of the story beyond the article. And we can extend that to things like video and audio versions of stories quite easily. We've done quite a bit of work with that. But there's another possibility here, which is that you have to ask why we're using the article, which is an artifact that was that first appeared in the 1640s. Why are we using the article to generate all of these new digital formats? Is the article the best unit to use to generate these formats? Because there's a limit to how much information we can extract from the article in order to assemble these formats. And so there's this possibility that's very tantalizing here, that there's some other artifact of news, and the word that we use internally is a story model. There's some other artifact of news that if we could produce our journalism in that representation, then we could more easily and more fluidly generate many other different formats, including articles. So this would be produce the journalism in a representation, and from that representation produce articles as well as other things. And if those of you who have been involved with automated journalism from data will recognize that workflow quite well. That's essentially how automated journalism works. The journalism is essentially in the data, and that story model is then turned into an article using template-based natural language generation. So that basic model is something that is increasingly in our mind. So this requires some fairly structurally different infrastructure in the newsroom, and the big structurally different piece of infrastructure that it needs is a content management system that can work with modules and assemble things in terms of modules rather than as a single big block of text as an article. And these I call these post-article content management systems. The big one that people are familiar with in the world is the Washington Post's ARC content management system, which is a modular, recursive content management system. It is not being used for much of this at the moment, although it's designed from the ground up to be used in a modular way. In the BBC, we have our own version of this. We call it Optimo, and it is kind of the basis or the platform in which we're taking a lot of these new formats and new kind of opportunities for automation into production, because it's based on modules that have a purpose rather than a single block of text. So are there some other techniques that we can use as a starting point for new formats for storytelling beyond the article? Of course there are. We've done some initial work with what we call structured reporting. So structured reporting is a technique where you are authoring into kind of blocks that are special purpose and that are tagged in a special way. We do this for explainers. We have a tool called Explainer Builder, for example. We use this in bots, and this ties into a broader set of technologies that come out of the technical writing world called structured authoring. There's a set of tools around this. There are conferences about this. There are communities around this. And so that ability to structure the reporting, although it's very nascent, that is one additional way that you could simplify or semi-automate the assembly of these new story formats. We've done this internally in News Labs in several projects. Another way, as I've mentioned, is using data as a starting point for new story formats and obviously for new stories. So this gets into personalization of the assembly of stories themselves, as well as just the story format. So this is automated journalism or natural language generation from templates, and essentially it works like this: the data is the source of the story that's assembled into some kind of a story model or a journalistic idea of the important elements from that data. That gets passed through a natural language generation template, which is this abstraction of the patterns in the story, and then that is used to automate the generation of many different articles. And we've used this quite a bit in the BBC. On the right there are some of the stories that we published from it, and we've also taken that concept to video, where we've taken the text output from natural language generation and used that to drive synthetic audio and also synthetic video versions of stories. So these are examples of places where you can start with data, and this is not going to be a useful tool for most journalism, but it's a useful tool for a substantial minority of journalism. That is a way to kind of feed these different ways of storytelling to reach these new audiences. And then there's more and more tools that are available with which to do this. There's this ecosystem that's developing around synthetic media, and the work that we've done in labs uses some of these tools. For example, we use ARIA for natural language generation. We use Synthesia for our automated video. Some of the language models that we've been experimenting with are coming out of places like OpenAI and Google. And there's a whole range of these tools that are available to assemble news and other information in different ways, in different formats. And so this combination of automation in the workflow around the journalism and automation or semi-automation in the assembly of these expressions or formats of the journalism, that is a large and growing sort of field of opportunity with which to reach people who are not being reached with the wall of text or the 6 o'clock news on the television. So where does this go in the long run? I'll just say a few words about that. And I think this quote here, it's a bit of a cliche, but I think it's true, and it's worth emphasizing that it's very easy to look at a lot of these tools now, for example, synthetic video, and to look at them as toys or as kind of small and simplistic versions of news that are never going to be important, because news as we know it now is mostly articles and television programs and so on. And it's very easy to dismiss a lot of these new formats that are happening around the periphery of newsrooms. But the problem is that in the long run, those technologies and tools at the periphery can have quite an impact. And we've seen that at large with the internet in its entirety. But that's also something that appears again and again and again. And so I think that's definitely the case here. It's very easy to get maybe too excited about these in the short run, in the short term. But over the long term, say the decades time frame, the effect of these technologies could be very substantial. And more specifically, I think it's maybe useful to look at this in terms of a potential new kind of disruption of media. And so news media has had this disruptive era for the last decade or two that has been driven essentially around the disruption of the distribution of news. So when everybody was able to publish news to everybody else, that disrupted the key monopoly that news organizations had, which was around the distribution of news. They owned the television transmitters, they owned the printing presses and the vehicles that delivered the newspapers to the shops and so on. And then when that disruption was of distribution, when that came through, that sort of triggered all of this rolling crisis over the last decade or two in the news world. And so that disruption was about different ways to distribute familiar artifacts, articles and programs, or articles in audio and video. And one of the aspects of that was that because that power relationship changed from the publisher and broadcaster to the platforms, that the platforms came to own more and more of the consumer relationships. And so what I'm going to suggest here is that there's perhaps a second wave of digital disruption that might be coming. And it's not based in distribution. That wave is kind of over or is complete. This wave is about the content itself or the artifacts that make up news. And it's not clear yet what those artifacts might be. It's very hard to say what this environment, this synthetic media environment and automation environment that we're all heading into, what that might throw up in terms of stable forms of news. But I think that's a real possibility. And I think where that would show up in newsrooms is in personalization. And this is not to say that everybody gets different news, or not entirely, but it's to say that the way in which news is communicated and the context of news and the experience of news could be quite different for different audiences and different people. And this has a really good outcome in one way for news organizations, because in that kind of environment, you can't separate the artifacts from the infrastructure that produces the artifacts. So in the existing world, you can separate articles and radio and audio clips and video. You can separate those from the newsroom, and they're separated all the time. Whereas in this sort of new environment, those tools for publishing are tied to the databases and the workflows and the processes that enable them, and you can't just index them on Google and go and consume them in a separate relationship. You actually have to have that relationship with the producer or the news organization. So that's one way that things may develop. I'll stop now and see if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, David, for excellent speech. And I would open the floor for the questions. Are there any questions for David? If there's no one in the line, I'll ask one, because we have Clara.
Yes, hello. I'm sorry, I'm a reporter from the Czech newspaper Mladá fronta Dnes, and I have the question about the extreme personalization of those contents, because how should we see it ethically as journalists? Like, if we really personalize the contents that we output to the people, and it may lead to another separation of the societies or social bubbles. So how do we address it morally?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question. But I want to emphasize here that most of what I'm talking about here is not personalization in terms of the news story itself. There is some of that, right? And we do some of that now in news organizations. But what I'm talking about is personalization in the way that those stories are communicated. So it's the same story. If a news organization, for example, is setting a news agenda for a nation, they would still set that news agenda to the degree that they can, right? There's other factors involved. But what these tools would do is enable you to communicate that news in different ways to different audience segments. And so for the journalist, the basic journalism actually doesn't change that much. The thing that changes is how that journalism is expressed. It does have workflow implications for journalists. For example, articles might become less important, or there might be some additional tasks to do in addition to creating the article, if the article is to be the starting point. But the story, the news gathering, the story formulation, the journalistic judgment, the editorial judgment, the assembly of that story, the determination of the newsworthiness, and all of these things remains the same. The thing that changes in what I'm talking about, I think there's a whole bunch of other stuff with AI that might be a little different. But what I'm talking about, the thing that we're altering is how we communicate. And we really, again, have no alternative to doing that, because we have to communicate with people who are never going to read a wall of text. There are many, many people in the UK for whom that format is not accessible. And so we have to communicate with people, we feel, in ways that truly bring value to them from our journalism.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you. We have one more question. Ahmed?
Yes, hi. My name is Ahmed El-Goudi. I'm a senior lecturer at Örebro University in Sweden. I have a question to David on algorithm bias. How are you going, or how the BBC, or what is the BBC experience when it comes to issue of algorithm bias, especially in two levels? The first, in terms of the automation of the news, also in terms of profiling audience and customizing news for audience? Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a large topic of research for the BBC's R&D department, and there's no kind of clear answers there. We do quite a bit of work on explainable AI and understandability from AI systems. I think there's kind of two ways to look at this. In our world, in News Labs, which is very tightly tied to the newsroom, many of these tools are not they're not machine learning tools. Some of them use machine learning tools for elements of what they do, but essentially the tools that are doing the work are deterministic tools, or they're rule-based tools. So an example would be the graphical storytelling project. So that assembly of those comics and the determinations there, that is a set of rules that are editorially informed and are deterministic rules. We do use machine learning in that process in things like named entity extraction, where we select the nouns, for example, from the or where we do summarization or select the nouns from the text with which to build the graphics. So we are using those, but we're using them in a very elemental way, and the editorial portion of that is being done with rules, not with black box algorithms. I mean, rules are still algorithms, but they're open to sort of editorial oversight. We can determine what those rules are. The newsroom can determine what those rules are. So I think with algorithmic bias, in this kind of application, the answer is the same as it's ever been in news, which is give the editorial people control over what it's doing, and I think in many cases that's absolutely possible. Now it requires a little more effort, because you have to sort of make the judgments and understand where they apply, but it's not impossible. In terms of the filter bubble thing, again, that doesn't really apply to this kind of automation. Filter bubbles are about automating the distribution of news. In other words, kind of ranking news or recommending news in terms of individual content items. So the output of those recommendations is a list of things to read, for example, right? That's not what I'm talking about here, although we do some of that also at the BBC. What I'm talking about is changing how individual content items, how those are communicated to different audiences. And that's a place where a filter bubble really doesn't apply, because, you might get a kind of a thing where some audience members might be less exposed to, for example, lots of text than others. Although we plan to do this in a way that is controllable by audiences, but it's not restricting what people can see in terms of news. Other things might be, but this isn't. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Because our schedule is quite tight, I would like to thank a lot David for his very inspirational keynote, and you really are setting the bar pretty high, and it's big inspiration what you do at the BBC News Lab, and I'm looking forward to see David at some other opportunity. Thanks a lot, David, for joining us. Thanks for having you. It was excellent.
You're very welcome. Thank you for the invitation.
And now we can move to the first morning session, to the first panel. We are having 5 papers ahead. Each presenter will be having 12 minutes. We have the presentations first and the discussion at the end of the whole session. So I would like to welcome here the presenters of the paper AI in the Newsroom, Defining Journalism as an Outsider And this paper will be presented by Stefanie Siren-Heikel from University of Helsinki, Martin Kielman from University of Helsinki, and Carl Gustav Linden from University of Bergen. So guys, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let's see if I can actually manage now to share my screen so that you can see. Can you see my screen now? Well?
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, wait, I think you're seeing the wrong one, actually. No? Okay. So you're not seeing my presentation notes, you're just seeing my presentation, I hope. Yes.
Yeah, we can see your presentation.
Great, okay. Thank you. This has actually really been a great honor to be able to start after David. So good morning, everyone. It's a really great honor to be here in such a distinguished company, and I'm here to present the paper AI in the Newsroom, Defining Journalism as an Outsider, which I've been working on together with my colleagues Martin Kielman here from the University of Helsinki and Carl Gustav Linden, who is one of my supervisors. It's a little bit daunting to be going out first, but let's see how this goes. So our study originates in a research project here at the University of Helsinki, Immersive Automation, where we studied how to create NLG systems, natural language generation systems, for news and to explore the usability of these systems for news. And from there on, we wanted to venture beyond the newsroom to talk to the people that design, build, and sell natural language generation technologies that are incorporated into news journalism. So 9 companies took part in the interviews where we asked them to recount a project where they had worked with a news organization. And our approach is stemming from a critical data studies perspective, seeing these systems as socio-technical systems. And here is an overview that I tried to draw this morning about how these systems worked based on our interviews. And the point being here is that these systems are actually set up quite differently depending on company and depending on contexts. And these companies work as software as a service, they work as platform as a service, and even content as a service. Some work together with news organizations as well to locate data, because news organizations don't always have data sets ready that they come with to these companies. And this is a backdrop to have in mind when considering how these technologies see their role in the context of news journalism. So we wanted to talk to these technologists because their perspective has been studied to a lesser extent as of yet. NLG has been studied quite a lot from audience perspectives, for example, and from newsroom management perspectives. But we wanted to bring more studies to the table where we actually talk to technologists. There has been studies done by Carlson and Dörr and Wu et al. And Kunert lately in 2020, for example. And we hope that this study will then add to this body of research. And we also wanted to look at the role that these companies have in reshaping news work, because as their systems have to have a nose for news, so to say, they have to interact with journalism and they have to interact with news organizations. And just the same way as platforms currently are reconsidering and considering the concept of newsworthiness, so do these companies. And also they have to discuss with the customers how to find ways to fit into existing formats and to fit into existing distribution systems. So we were interested in how these technologists see themselves in relation to journalism, the role of their product in journalism, and how they actually view the whole concept of journalism. So I'm not going to go into details on automated journalism because I think most of you are quite well versed in it, and there will be many more presentations on the topic today. But we identified 11 companies doing NLG for news, and 9 agreed to take part in the study. And we used semi-structured interviews where we have an interview guide where we asked the interlocutors to recount a project where they had been working together with the news organizations. And we tried to nudge them to talk about something that they actually had done and how they had talked with them, and not so much what they say that they would do in order to kind of, increase the validity of what they were talking about. And we had 5 themed questions with flexible sub-questions, which were designed so they could be, allowing for the fact that the companies did differ in how they worked. They differed in how the project looked, and they differed also in which stage of actually doing these projects they were. And we usually talked with them for about a bit more than an hour. So they're actually quite rich interviews that we have. And then we did a thematic analysis of the interview materials where we used institutional logics, a theoretical framework. And institutional logics is a broad meta theory originating in studies of organizations and institutionalism. And it is a quite complex and dense theory. So we used parts of it. And it was suggested for us as it is useful for understanding how people from different institutional contexts interact, which is what is happening when technologists and journalists meet, because they usually reside in different logics of understanding the world. And institutional logics is a flexible, non-functional approach, arguing that identities, values, and assumptions of both individuals and organizations are embedded in prevailing logics of that particular context. So in this study, we use this framework for understanding how the technologists define their own logics by juxtaposing it with how they define the logics of journalists. So in order to be able to identify and theorize these logics that they see for themselves, we used concepts from Thornton, Ocasio, and Lounsbury's book from 2012, where they argue that logics emerge and are extracted through the building block of theories, frames, and narratives. And theories originate from larger societal level logics, such as market logics, for example, and provide guiding principles, whereas frames are more concrete, they're more explicitly expressed and help individuals create shared understanding. And narratives are shared stories that aid in collective sense-making and aid in legitimizing these identities that they have in these logics. So in addition to that, we looked at instances where logics appeared to compete and also where technologists assimilated parts of journalistic logics. So the prevailing theory among these technologists was one of rationalization. The use of AI, in this case NLG, it is inevitable in order to make news organizations more efficient and for them to survive in what is perceived as a crisis of journalism. And this efficiency logic is interestingly the same regardless of customers. So they have the same theory for an e-commerce company, for journalism, or for business insights, for example. The main theory is that resources are scarce and AI should be used to maximize output. And also, they are of the opinion that news organizations should adopt business models from tech companies. And they see journalism as a product which audiences should want to buy. And the frames are explicitly expressed in order to have this shared understanding of an issue and event. And in this case, how NLG and AI relates to journalism. And this is really strongly connected to a normative ideal of what journalism should be. It should be investigative, it should be deep, it should be scoops, it should be personalized. It should be different from what it is at the moment. And AI can help. And they imagine journalism as highly important, and AI can make it better by optimizing news work. So they see themselves as having a role in aiding news journalism by making it better, by improving news work, and it's all about volume, speed, access, availability. And importantly here, there is ambiguity in how they connect the ideas of seeing journalism as both a product and as public service. And then the narrative, which is a familiar one of journalists and news organizations as difficult customers. And as narratives are these shared stories that aid in collective sense-making in legitimizing identities, they can actually be quite important in seeing how these technologists communicate with each other through, conferences and so on, where they're actually talking about newsrooms and news organizations. And this narrative of journalists as resisting change, which is quite common in, for example, journalism studies, is not as clear-cut in these interviews as is often portrayed, because news organizations and journalists are actually, seen as more difficult than other customers. At the same time, they're also seen as wanting to have these products. They're seen as being innovative, as having plenty of ideas of how to use NLG as a technology. The problem is that they don't always understand what it can be used for. And the technologists don't really feel that they want to open up how this technology works that much to these news organizations. So there is a clash in understanding. But these, interestingly as well, that these technologies actually quite rarely tend to meet journalists. They meet editors, they meet management, they meet business people, but they rarely actually meet journalists. And also journalism does, differ from, for example, designing business insights or e-commerce. So there is also like this format difference. And this brings us to the end of the presentation, which is talking about, for example, competing logics and assimilation. And competing logics is something which does occur because the technologists view themselves staunchly as outsiders, even though many of them actually have touching points with journalism in their own personal history. Some of them have worked as journalists, they have been trained as journalists. But they should really have a staunch viewpoint of what journalists should be, how journalists should work, and how newsworthiness should be defined, and so on. But they also assimilate parts of journalistic logics into their own logics of how they actually work and how they design their products, which has to do with quality requirements of news, accountability, correctness, form, ethical issues, and so on. Also, the technologists, through these interactions with news organizations, recognize their own limitations this way, meaning that they really kind of shape their identity by being in meetings with these news organizations. So concluding, news is for most of these companies not a profitable endeavor. It is something that they do because they feel it's important and because it helps them advance their products. It gives these products rigor, so it's used as a way to benchmark these tools and solutions to find new potential customers. And when content is moved to NLG, as it is, for example, in sports news, the generated news tend to lose their value as journalism. It's reconceptualized as information. And in the same way, the tasks that are performed are redefined as non-journalistic tasks, which is a quite important thing when thinking about how AI is affecting newswork. And the study is, of course, limited because we only talk to 9 companies, only from one representative from one company. Also, these technologies evolve incredibly fast. So these interviews from 2019 already, in a sense, are old. But we really do hope that this study can work as a starting point for looking further at these AI companies and how they are working with journalism, and using also a critical perspective to look at how these technologies are impacting on newswork. Because one of the questions that I at least was thinking about is that when you are extracting, thinking about outliers, when you're extracting ways of, working with newsworthiness, what actually, in a sense, is then limiting these companies from becoming distributors in their own sense? Why at some point they actually might not need any more of these news organizations in order to be able to distribute their content. So that was it. Thank you for being here, and hopefully this was a clear and understandable presentations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie, for excellent presentation. I'll just repeat that we have the discussion at the end of the whole session. So now I would like to welcome Ahmed El-Godi from Örebro University in Sweden with paper Introduction AI Inside Inside Al Jazeera Newsroom. Ahmed, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This is a great honor. I'm very thrilled to be part of this discussion. Today, I will talk about introducing AI in Al Jazeera Newsroom. Let me first share my presentation. Is it visible? Good.
Yeah, perfect.
So this study aims at investigating the introduction of artificial intelligence inside Al Jazeera Newsroom. So this study is based on a semi-structured interviews, mainly with Al Jazeera Research and Development Department, Al Jazeera Artificial Intelligence News Lab, also AI operation managers, as well as some of the AI developers who does not work inside Al Jazeera Newsroom, but however, they are part of a collaboration between Al Jazeera and the Qatar Research Computer Center. Let me first talk about artificial intelligence in newsroom in the Arab world. Artificial intelligence in the Arab world is not a sort of like is still in its infantile process. So it's still on its it's starting. So there's only sort of like a handful of organizations who are working with AI inside newsrooms, and mainly they are working with automation. One of the main reasons why artificial intelligence became part of Arab World Newsroom is actually, is this seen as a tool to control fake news in that sense. So it was not seen first as a tool to help journalists or to assist journalists in making news or making better journalism, but mainly as a tool to combat fake news. This was mainly developed after the Arab Spring. Now, 10 years after the Arab Spring, fake news started to develop and develop clearly after the Arab Spring. So although several researchers deal with fake news and the importance of fake news and the birth of fake news after the 2016 elections, but one can really see the effect of fake news on Arab politics, mainstream politics, in the aftermath of the Arab Spring. So mainly if we take an example of Egypt, for example, after the 2011 revolution, the Egyptian network sphere, in that sense, there were several political players. So you have the extremists, the liberal, the officials, the religious, the military, young women, elite, civil society, diaspora, businesses, and so on. And social media became a form of a political playground for propaganda news. And later on, it became part of a production for fake news. It was seen as a tool for the current regime in Egypt to seize power. It was seen as a tool in the disintegration of Sudan into Northern Sudan and Southern Sudan. Also, it was seen as a tool to the rise of some political parties, especially Muslim Brotherhood parties like Ennahda in Tunisia, and later on to the fall of Ennahda political party in Tunisia. And looking at that, there were several tools for fake news production that range from fake accounts, from using bots, from using digital army, sort of like electronic flies, also hiring fake news makers like in Ukraine, like in United Arab Emirates, and so on. So where does journalism industry stands for? So unfortunately, newspaper industry, they became a tool to propagate this form of fake news. And once they understood that they are being part of this manipulative machine, they started to develop teams to verify news, depend on websites that are dedicated to combat fake news. But in that sense, the effect of the spread of fake news was higher. So that is why we saw a form of a crisis, of identity crisis for the journalism industry. And that is why they started to invest in using artificial intelligence. One of the leading organizations that started using AI in news businesses was Al Jazeera. And the story for Al Jazeera using AI is also of interest, because Al Jazeera is more than a news organization. It is seen as a form of a political party. In that sense, it has like more than 50 million followers in the Arab world, and you can see that it has a lot of power. It became sort of like one of the main tools for news making, as well as for disseminating news and information. So it's seen more of a political army. It played definitely a role during the Arab Spring, as well as in the aftermath of the Arab Spring. And also, of course, it became a tool for Qatar in order to propagate its politics. Looking at AI inside the newsroom, it is based on several teams. To be exact, there are 9 teams of AI, and these 9 teams, they represent the 9 platforms of production of news in Al Jazeera. So you have it for Al Jazeera web, you have an AI team for Al Jazeera website, for Al Jazeera television, for Al Jazeera Mubashir, for Al Jazeera International, for AG+, as well as for different platforms on social media, for Facebook, for Instagram, and so on. And this is also sort of like managed by a central AI news lab, and which is working in collaboration with different organizations inside Qatar, like the Qatar Foundation, as well as the University in Qatar, as well as the Qatar Computing Research Institute. Also, they are working with international platforms or global platforms like Google, Facebook Initiative. Also, they are working with the with industries like AFP, Guardian, New York Times, Washington Post. Also, they are working with a project called Project Origin, as far as I understand, with the BBC. And underneath this sort of like central AI team, there are also sub-teams that includes both technicals and journalists who work in terms of producing programs as well as managing ready-made programs for news dissemination. So let me now talk a little bit about some results from the interviews. So Al Jazeera is using a combination of tools that are ready-made from the internet, especially when it comes to checking facts like PolitiFacts, like 10B. And these programs are available in order to check the sources and check whether the information is real or not. They have created also their own platform in terms of giving scores for different platforms as well as for different sources of information, which is called 10B. Also, Al Jazeera has been using artificial intelligence for quality assurance to make sure that, to look into evaluating the news content, to make sure that they have a diversity of opinion, mainly because Al Jazeera has been recently under attack that they are propagating for a certain propaganda, for a certain line. So they created this sort of like unit of quality assurance, looking at the inclusion and exclusion of voices using artificial intelligence, looking at the diversity of sources, looking at the diversity of information, the diversity of actors, presenters, as well as the content, the topics that they are presenting on the different platforms. Artificial intelligence also is used in terms of profiling not only the news programs, but profiling the experts that they are that serve as guests in terms of creating databases. One recent project that deals also with profiling is profiling officials. So, and this is helping Al Jazeera network, especially Al Jazeera correspondences. So, for example, if Al Jazeera correspondent is working in the White House and you have Joe Biden or a member from the White House is giving a speech, so this specific person is part of Al Jazeera database. And they are using AI in terms of capturing the text or capturing the conversation, and it creates a form of an immediate fact check with previous discussions, with previous stands, and this gives room for the journalist in order to develop better questions, better interaction, looking at development of news, and so on. Another interesting project that Al Jazeera is working with is profiling Al Jazeera users. And this is used in two levels. First level in terms of customization of news for Al Jazeera users, but also creating a form of a list of users who are members of a certain sort of like political affiliation, or in that sense, members of a specific line that would attack Al Jazeera in that sense, and sometimes, or that they would use Al Jazeera content in order to create fake news. And at certain points, they would be seen as a form of like an intervention, like, okay, this user has been proven of spreading fake news or using a Gezira content in terms of giving information, giving false information. So, and this is using network analysis. Finally, I will spend 1 or 2 minutes now on looking on other future programs. One of the main future programs that Gezira is using is anticipation, and this uses both artificial intelligence as well as editors. So it's a form of human communication interaction where they are looking, or like where it's sort of like surveys media content from Gezira and from other organizations and see, like, for example, where is the next hotspot, so that Gezira can invest in resources, understand what type of events that can take place. Finally, it is used, one of the sort of like new projects is building a database in terms of understanding both text as well as videos that is providing. Some of the main issues, and this is my concluding remark, some of the main issues that Gezira is using is that artificial intelligence is becoming now bigger and bigger, and this requires more resources. Even with the size of an organization of a Gezira, it seemed to be like very demanding in terms of economy. Also, like the previous presentation has pointed out, there is what would be called the industry technical anticipation and the journalistic anticipation, and whether the technology should be deterministic in that sense or a form of a collaboration between the journalists and the industry. Also, there is a problem of the journalistic capacity and the fear of the journalist that the AI at one point will replace their journalism. Finally, there is the problem of Arabization, especially when it comes to dialect and dialect detection with the presence of at least 8 or 9 dialects that are part of the Arab language. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening, and have a good day.
Thank you, Ahmed, for interesting presentation on Al Jazeera. And the next paper will be presented by Bartosz Wilczek from LMU Munich University, and it's authored by Neil Turman from the same university and Natalie Helberg from the University of Amsterdam. The name of the paper is Current State and Future Potential of Local AI, an investigation of how local newspaper adopt AI along the news value chain. Bartosz, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. On behalf of the research team, it is our great pleasure to be part of this conference and to present our findings. I will also shortly put up the slides. I hope you see them all. I believe you do. So this is a project conducted in cooperation between LMU Munich and Amsterdam, and we collaborated very closely in this project together with the German School of Journalism in Munich. So as you all know, of course, journalism has entered the age of artificial intelligence. However, previous research has focused on how bigger national news media use AI. The use of AI by smaller, let's say, local regional news media, which are under particular pressure, has received less attention. Therefore, in a first step, we conducted a multi-case study that draws on the theory of diffusion of innovations and explores how local newspapers in Germany are adopting AI for input, throughput, and output activities, and what internal and external factors might facilitate specific adoption patterns. So the theory of diffusion of innovations explains how internal and external factors shape the adoption of innovations by individual or collective actors, so also by local news organizations. And based on this theory, we developed the following initial framework that we will validate and extend based on the findings of this exploratory study. So more specifically, we are interested in the following areas of AI adoption. Our core question is basically how do local newspapers adopt the AI for input, throughput, and output activities? So we investigate the current use and future potentials. And based on this, we aim to detect adoption patterns. And of course, also the drivers. So first of all, local newspapers' perceptions of AI in terms of performance efficiency and journalistic quality, the attributes of local newspapers, so resources, structure, strategy, and for us particularly interesting and important also local newspapers' attitudes towards support for AI. So by the private sector, platforms like Google, Facebook, and by the public sector, so state and specific institutions. Shortly, methods. So we have applied an explorative multi-case approach, and the goal is to validate and extend this initial framework. And we conducted in-depth interviews in 14 leading local newspapers that were sampled based on the German online traffic database. So these news organizations actually operate between the local and regional levels. And in all those newspapers, we interviewed heads of online, and in 9 news organizations, we were also able to interview heads of technology to triangulate our data. And the interviews took place earlier this year via Zoom. And as mentioned before, the study was conducted in cooperation with journalists from the German School of Journalism in Munich. Data analysis, we apply cross-case pattern matching, and the goal is to identify AI adoption patterns and their drivers. So I would like to, in the following, focus on research question 1 and research question 4. So if we first take a look at AI for input activities, the findings indicate that many of our investigated newspapers are already using AI for monitoring issues. So for instance, to track newsworthy events. And at the moment, they are not interested to further develop such AI applications, which indicates that this area of AI is moving towards maturity. However, many local newspapers are not already using AI for data analysis, so broadly speaking for research and verification, but they are interested to adopt such AI applications in the future. So this indicates that this is a particular emerging area regarding input activities. And we see a quite similar pattern regarding throughput activities. So many investigated newspapers are already using AI for the production of articles, particularly related to service issues. And they are not interested to further develop such AI applications at the moment. But many local newspapers are not already using AI for the analysis and modification of content, but they are interested to do so in the future. So this is also a second emerging area which we detected in our data. Now, if you now move towards output activities, this becomes a little bit different because many investigative newspapers are already using AI for engagement analysis, and they are strongly interested to further develop such applications. And this holds also for recommender systems, which are rule-based or machine learning-based. Many are already using such applications, and they are strongly interested to further develop such AI applications in the future. So output activities seem to be a particularly strongly growing and developing area. Now let's take a look at the research question 4, private sector. In the case of the private sector, many local newspapers are not only interested in non-financial support from platforms, but particularly also in financial support for AI innovation. This is a little bit different if you take a look at the public sector. Here, many local newspapers are particularly interested in non-financial support. So technology provision, knowledge transfer, access to data, but also cooperations, for instance, with research institutions. So if you take these two sets of findings together, we see, first of all, how local newspapers are incrementally building up their repertoire of AI applications along the news value chain. So regarding input activities, they started by adopting AI for issue monitoring and are now moving towards adopting AI for research and verification. Regarding throughput activities, they started by adopting AI for article production and are now moving towards adopting AI for content analysis and modification. Or put differently, they started out by implementing AI for primary activities, which are particularly closely related to performance efficiency, and are now moving towards implementing AI on a second level, namely applications more related to quality management. However, the core growth area, as mentioned before, is basically output. So engagement analysis and recommender systems, because they are particularly closely related also to online advertising and online subscriptions. Now, constrained by their size, they have, of course, limited resources to further develop these applications, and consequently, they are interested in support for AI innovation. So from the public sector, particularly in the form of non-financial support, from the private sector, more likely also in the form of financial support. So to conclude, overall, the findings indicate output activities are the core growth area at the moment, because they are particularly closely related to local newspapers' financial sustainability, for instance, through online subscriptions, which, as previous research has shown, will become increasingly important across markets. However, they have limited resources and are consequently interested in support for AI innovation. So in terms of financial resources, they currently see a potential, particularly in the private sector, platforms, which of course provide very interesting and also short-term solutions that are available, also project-based. So one basically conclusion, one is of course that smaller newspapers' financial dependence might increase. So dependence on platform might increase in the future, and a way forward could be to further develop public funding schemes to support AI innovation. So for instance, to further develop media labs that could distribute public funding project-based, but also coordinate knowledge transfer and basically also facilitate networks between local newspapers. So collaborations between smaller news organizations, which are already emerging in different countries, for instance, in Europe. Now, finally, of course, this finding of this explorative multi-case study are not representative of all local or regional newspapers in Germany. However, the findings allow to formulate propositions which now should be tested based on an online survey, possibly based on a cross-national online survey. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Bartosz, and your team for interesting presentation. The next is Joanne Quay from Karlstad University, Sweden, with her paper, Artificial Intelligence in Chinese Newsrooms. So, Joanne, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So, hello everyone. My name is Joanne. I'm with Karlstad University in Sweden. And today I'm going to tell you about my ongoing research project on artificial intelligence in Chinese newsrooms. So I'm going to begin with how my journey started. I'll invite you to meet this guy first.
Hello, everyone. I'm an English artificial intelligence anchor. This is my very first day in Xinhua News Agency. My voice and appearance are modeled on Zhang Zhao, a real anchor with Xinhua. The development of the media industry calls for...
So for those of you who have never met him before, this is the so-called Xinhua News AI news anchor developed by Chinese state-owned Xinhua News Agency by the end of 2018. And that happened to be a time when I was in London and I got a chance to visit a lot of the newsrooms there and listen to all the journalists and editors presenters talking about how they want to leverage the power of data and AI to enhance efficiency, to cut cost, so that they can compete with Facebook and Google, who is eating a large chunk of their advertising revenue. So at that time, I had a very genuine question. Because in China, we don't have Facebook or Google. So what are the Chinese newsrooms doing with AI and doing with artificial intelligence? So today I'm going to share with you some of my initial findings, including why are they using it, why are they using it, some key features, and why should we care? So beginning with motivation. Firstly, the Chinese newsroom's use of artificial intelligence is largely politically motivated, mixed with some professional values to keep up with what's going on and some level of market concern. So the news workers that I've interviewed that work for the state-owned media organizations basically all told me, we're using artificial intelligence, that's because that's what she says. So she here refers to the Chinese president, Xi Jinping. In 2017, China has already laid out a national strategy to become a global innovation hub in the field of artificial intelligence by the year 2030. And in 2019, when meeting with a group of media professionals, she said very explicitly, we have to use mainstream value to guide and override algorithms and use the power of AI to effectively guide public opinion. So the control of information flow and the establishment of ideological consensus is of paramount concern of the Chinese Communist Party. And she has also pointed out that without cybersecurity, there will be no national security. So as of that point, a lot of the newsrooms in China are already trying to embrace AI to some extent, and AI has permeated the whole news value chain. And there's some identifiable waves. So starting from the development of news writing bots to the growing popularity of the news aggregators to the whole newsroom transformation initiatives, such as the Media Brain at Xinhua or the Central Kitchen at People's Daily. And locally, you also have the cover from Sichuan province. But as of now, the AI still remains as this bright and shiny thing, and it hasn't been integrated into the day-to-day workflow of the newsrooms. And the journalists that I've interviewed all told me they're not very concerned of being replaced by AI, and AI will remain as a tool. And in the private sector, there's one major player that's worth mentioning, which is ByteDance. You may know it as the parent company of TikTok, but it started in China as a news aggregator in the year 2012 as 今日头条 or today's headline. And it's still actually going strong in China. In 2020, Total has over 1.5 billion active monthly users and an average engagement time of over 73.4 minutes, which is actually 500,000 longer than Douyin, the Chinese version of TikTok. And the company exhibited a global ambition at a very early stage. It has made investment around the world in the news sector, purchasing news aggregator like Taobao in US, Japan, Brazil in 2015, and investing in the Daily Hunt in India, and it became a controlling shareholder of Babe in Indonesia and acquired News Republic in 2017. So, but as of now, we all know that it hasn't been a very smooth sell for Biden's initiative of going overseas. For example, in 2017, when India had its election, the backing of India's biggest news app has raised some eyebrows, and now India has banned a lot of Chinese apps. And the saga, like in US and Europe, also continues to do with some privacy concerns and data collection. But this actually leads to another point that I want to make, is that if you look at the track record of ByteDance, it actually has been an advocate in algorithmic transparency and accountability for a long while. As early as January 2018, it hosted a seminar with the industry experts titled Make Algorithms Transparent. And in March last year, ByteDance announced a plan to open a transparency center in the US and appeals to other platforms to do the same, to be more transparent about their algorithms and also the content moderation policy. And actually, just as of yesterday, TikTok launched a hashtag fact check your feed campaign to support media literacy. That actually took me a little bit by surprise, because when I interviewed the developers for the Tencent news writing bot, they couldn't care less about ethics in a way, such as like authorship, transparency issues, and even the media scholars that I've interviewed, they tend to downplay the potential danger of AI. That being said, there are not so not so surprising findings in Chinese media's use of AI. For example, they're using it for what they call content risk management. For example, in ByteDance alone, they have more than 20,000 human sensors working with over 600 machine learning models for content moderation. So besides filtering pornography, violent, vulgar, and other illegal and inappropriate content, when it comes to political contents, a source told me that the news aggregator has a whitelist with all media organizations such as Xinhua, People's Daily, and China Central Television that can report on the, for example, Xi Jinping, but posts from other sources that want to talk about these key political figures will be automatically filtered, not to mention some politically contentious events or keywords. So when the machine is uncertain about a post, it will actually go to a human sensor, and the human sensor will decide whether this content is safe or not. And the feedback will go back into loop to train the algorithm. And if a post gets too trendy, too fast, getting too much attention, the algorithmic distribution will also automatically hold the process until a human sensor can confirm the content is safe. So content moderation in China is actually a very huge business. People's Daily's third-party content moderation has grown 166% in 2018, which they attribute to this man-machine collaboration. And there are also reports of how some Chinese media use the algorithmic distribution targeted minority groups for propaganda purpose. And in addition, there's some legal perspectives that's worth noticing. For example, last year, a Chinese court has ruled in favor of the copyright protection of an article written by Tencent's news writing bot during Brighton. And the new Chinese copyright law is actually coming into force on 1st of June this year. And it has been revised to take a pro-control, pro-investment, and pro-innovation approach in its latest revision. So the protection of AI-generated works may lead to more investment in journalism innovation, but it might only favor tech giants who already has the infrastructure and the know-how, and also the state-owned resource-rich media organizations, and leading the small and private sectors being marginalized or even pushed out of the market, resulting in a concentration of power or even tightened state control of media production and information flow. But in a recent 1 year, we've also witnessed that China has been stepping up its effort in reining the power of tech giants using antitrust regulations. And currently, a second draft of China's personal information protection law is being deliberated. Once it can be implemented, it could be detrimental to data-hungry tech companies in China. But whose values are going to be written into these laws, and where does it leave journalism in this shifting power dynamic? So I think these are questions really worth our ongoing observation. So to conclude, there's some questions I would like to invite you to think and discuss with me. First of all, China has a very different reality that just cannot be interpreted forcing the Western logic. In the West, maybe there's some market concern, technology that can drive matters around. But in China, the determining factor is always politics. So some issues around information warfare or tech rivalries that between China and other countries involve more than technological issues or even commercial interest, but also need to be viewed through the lenses of, for example, ideological differences, geopolitics, among others. So they are not simple answers. And secondly, as the American tech historian Marvin Krenzenberg puts it, technology is neither good nor bad, nor is it neutral. So like the machine learning technology and the natural language processing that can filter hate speech on some platforms, it can also be used to censor politically contentious content. So what are the implications of this so-called AI journalism or journalism innovation? How can we build responsible and ethical and trustworthy AI? I believe these are discussions that are urgent to be had so that we can be prepared instead of plugging the holes after the damage is done. And lastly, AI in media is transcending borders. So we've seen the example of TikTok And last year, we actually have, Cardi B watching CGTN documentary and defending China's performance during COVID. And so what's her YouTube algorithms doing there? And just a couple months ago, New York Times reported that there is a pro-Huawei campaign on Twitter with some AI-generated profiles. And last week, it was reported that a cross-border company with its roots in China has now the most downloaded news app in the world, Newsbreak. So equipped with this technology, China's goal of using AI to guide public discourse may no longer be domestic. After all, the Xinhua AI news anchor that I've shown to you in the beginning does speak English. So that's all from me. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Joanne. And the last but not least presentation will be presenting our research program from our faculty. And I would like to welcome here Radka Marková from Czech News Agency, Veronika Macková from our faculty and our research team, and Václav Moravec, who's the director of our center. So Radka and Veronika will be presenting. The floor is yours.
So good morning. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah.
Perfect. So I would like to introduce the part of our research team, but I can't. Yes, I can. Perfect. So I would like to introduce the part of our research team. Radka Marková is editor-in-chief of the Czech News Agency. Václav Moravec is director of the Center of Artificial Intelligence Journalism here in the Faculty of Social Sciences, Charles University. And my name is Veronika Macková, and I'm also a member of the Center of Artificial Intelligence Journalism here in the Faculty of Social Science, Charles University. So we participate together with the Czech News Agency and also with Czech Technical University and with University of West Bohemia in an interdisciplinary project connecting with AI journalism, ethics, and also computer science. So this project is supported by the Technology Agency of the Czech Republic, and in our presentation, we will present the results of the research about the Czech News Agency, which is a pioneer in the field of automated journalism.
Hello, thank you for inviting me to this conference. I would like to show you how far Czech News Agency is with automation of journalism. Although we have been publishing automatically generated short text for almost 3 years, we are still only at the beginning. But first, I would like to introduce CTK very briefly. CTK was founded on October 28, 1918, the same day as Czechoslovakia, and was called the Czechoslovak News Agency. Until the 1990s, it was a state agency, and its history is closely linked with that of the Czechoslovak state. Until 1992, under the law on CTK, the agency was separated from the state and it became a public corporation. It has no particular owner. CTK as a politically and economically independent news agency. Since 1996, CTK has been receiving no subsidies from the state. In 2006, CTK launched a new multimedia editorial system developed in-house. We have a small IT development team producing software solutions for our internal purposes. The head of this team, CTK Technical Director Jan Kodera, as far as I notice, is perhaps also online with us now, so he can possibly answer some details on the subsequent discussion. And this is our production in numbers. For nearly 30 years, automation assists in the production of CTK's news summaries. Back in the 90s, one of our senior editors devised a very simple algorithm that was integrated into the then CMS Tiplan. Since 2006, thanks to integration of planning system in our news CMS, we're publishing automated daily summaries of expected events. This solution has greatly simplified the creation of documents that are not classic journalistic texts. These summaries of expected events are a very important service that news agencies provide especially to media customers. Since then, we have fewer people in the newsroom who exclusively create this type of documents. Individual items of expected events can be created and edited by anyone in the newsroom, and compact documents are then generated and issued automatically several times a day. CTP started developing content using robotic journalism and artificial intelligence in 2018. Using algorithms, we produced coverage of local and Senate election results in 2018, then regional elections in 2020, and we will deploy it for the parliamentary elections this autumn. Since 2020, we are using automatic tools for regular news reports on petrol prices in the Czech Republic and monthly traffic accident statistics. We have identified other types of reports based on statistical data that we published regularly, and where automated tools can be used for at least some basic short texts. These are mainly economics, but also, for example, demographics. In the coming years, therefore, there will be undoubtedly be more and more news generated automatically in the CTK news service. In CTK, the development is carried out by our IT development team in cooperation with editorial staff as needed. Currently, none of our journalists can create templates themselves. Experienced editors formulate assignments for our IT colleagues and then comment on the creation of the templates. However, let's go back to 2018 when shortly before its centenary, CTK first published automatically created journalistic texts. During the election, about 200 texts, headlines, breaking news, short stories were generated and published within a few hours. We don't mark the news items as automatically produced, but the fact we use the algorithms is not kept secret. A majority of automated short stories have their own editorial signature RUR, inspired by the novel of the Czech writer Karel Čapek, who invented the word robot. However, all our production, including the content created by algorithms, is still subject to standard editorial workflow. The first time we used RUR, we were surprised by its speed. The tool didn't prioritize what to do earlier and later like human journalists do. Once it had the data, the short report landed in our CMS. So far, the second use of the election tool last year, we boosted the editor's desk to a few hours time slot when we expected the main wave of results to come in. However, the team that covered the election results had fewer people overall and for a shorter period of time than in previous years. In this picture, you can see how CTK processes election results from the Czech Statistical Office data into automatically generated journalistic texts. It takes about 2 to 3 months to prepare the templates. The electoral system in the Czech Republic is quite complex. It's proportional representation system. It has 14 electoral regions. And Czech is a complicated language. And in particular, it is necessary to wait for the deadline for the registration of candidates or of political parties and movements. The parliamentary elections will take place at the beginning of October this year, and we will start preparing the templates next week. As a result, on election day, after the polls close, we will significantly speed up coverage of the vote count, unquestionable prediction of the results, and all these complete results. Election coverage is an extraordinary event, but thanks to our experience with automatic election results in 2018, we decided to continue developing robotic journalism for regular news coverage, especially when processing statistical data. As part of the Google DNI project, we have developed several other tools over the past 2 years in collaboration with the Czech company Genia. For instance, we have 15 weekly gasoline price reports and 15 monthly traffic accident statistic reports. What are the problems here in Czech Republic? Lack of available data, quality of algorithms processing the Czech language, which is quite complicated, and also business opportunities. The second part of this Google DNI project was the development of a tool for automatically matching photos to journalistic text. This tool, which can help our editors to find suitable photos from our photo archive, is now integrated in our CMS. The tool is learning what criteria to use to find suitable photos, and in the future we would like to offer it to our clients as well. And this is the solution of this picture matching machine. Finally, I would like to mention a tool for automatic creation of stock exchange news, which was not developed by CTK, but our editors have been working with it for some time, and we will probably use it in the future. It was invented through the cooperative effort of 3 academic institutions, Faculty of Social Sciences, Charles University in Prague, the Faculty of Electrical Engineering, Czech Technical University in Prague, and the Faculty of Applied Science in Pilsen. CTK is an internal applicant. Our economic editors commented on developments based on their experience in writing stock market reports. CTK currently doesn't use this tool regularly, having suspended its work on it due to its other projects and complications related to the COVID-19 pandemic, remote working, and etc. However, Czech Daily E15 publishes these automatically generated news without the intervention of editors. So in conclusion, just to summarize the benefits of automation for presidency, as you can see. And now I give the floor to Veronika, who together with Václav conducted a survey among my colleagues on how they view the future of journalism in the context of automation. Thank you.
So international research shows that media organizations will increase their investment in automation. So robotic reporters stand out for their speed and ability to automatically send content directly to the consumers based on their profiles. For example, AI algorithm will be used to perform automate content analysis and tagging on all types of media content, for example, text, video, or for example, images. AI algorithm also allow media organization to automatically select and transmit content and advertising. There will be also a pressure on journalists to adjust content in relation to measuring the impact of content on consumer behavior and return on investment. Also, new job in newsroom can be accepted. Media houses will employ new executives such as managers and software writers or IT specialists, which is also confirmed in our research here in the Czech Republic. Journalists are also starting to worry about their job. We focus on in-depth semi-structured interviews with 12 respondents from a Czech news agency and participatory observation in a Czech news agency newsroom. We also did another 10 interviews in the Economic Daily E15 to find out if they are also worried about their losing jobs. So because journalists in these two newsrooms are working with automated journalism. Most of the 22 journalists had a major concern about their job, but many of these journalists are also said that they have more time for investigative reports, interviews, or for example, for more creative work. Here you can see some of the statements made by journalists and their reactions to more automated content in the newsrooms. However, newsrooms will change as automatically generated text increase, and editors and IT professionals will play a significant role. I hope that many young people will not say the same thing as the last journalist in this selection, and that there will be more journalists in the Czech Republic, because in many cases it shows how important this job is. So thank you for your attention, and we are looking forward to your questions.
Thanks, Radka and Veronika, for your presentation. And now we have space for discussion. So the floor is open. If anyone has discussion, please raise your hand. We can see it in the pool. If we don't have any, so I'll start, because we have seen really nice international perspective, like we have seen different approaches to the AI on different levels. And yeah, we have one question from Stephanie. So Stephanie, you can go on.
Oh, okay. Actually, I had one to Bartosz Wilczek. I don't know if I'm saying your name right. I was actually thinking about when you were talking about AI in the local context. Yeah. Would you like to define a little bit more clear? Maybe I missed it. What kind of AI this means?
Well, there are different approaches. So we took basically a quite broad definition of AI, also based on different literature. So we included rule-based systems, rule-based algorithms also, but also machine learning. And this depends on the application area, which, let's say, systems is used. So, but if you see, for instance, recommender systems, I think we saw also examples previously by BBC or by other presentations, that there are, of course, rule-based systems which distribute content locally to local, basically, areas. And these are certainly, let's say, fields for further development, more closely related to personalized distribution. This is one pattern that we see. So we see not only incremental build-up, of course, across activities of the news value chain, but also in each area, basically, how they are starting and how they are developing further. And the core interesting point is, of course, how these different areas will eventually be connected. So how basically algorithms will be connected and how basically information will flow, but maybe also biases which get different entry points and might be amplified. So this is a future basically research project, maybe also in a cooperation. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you. Any other questions, Veronika?
Maybe I have a question, because I'm also a journalist. So I have a question, for example, to Finland or to other countries. So what about the journalists in your country? Are they worried about their job right now because of the AI journalism?
Was that directed to me, or being in Finland, or?
For example.
Okay. Well, to be completely honest, one of the things that I noticed is that, at least over here, also something which kind of came through in many of your presentations, is that still the AI tools and the systems are not necessarily always developed in cooperation or actually adjacent to journalists. It's actually something which is kind of like, added onto stuff. And developed kind of in different rooms physically and by different people. So there's I don't really know. I'm not quite. I think that it's hard to say. I think that a lot of the time we actually tend to talk to managers and editors, and they're not perhaps the best ones to talk about what will happen to actual journalist jobs. So, but it's hard to say. We actually haven't, I don't think that we have that much of a study here, but I know from colleagues who are working as journalists that they're hoping that kind of these simple tasks would be automated by AI tools. That's something that they're hoping for.
Thank you.
If I weigh in, giving an example in the Middle East, when I talk to some of the managers in some of the newsrooms, when they think about AI, they think of AI in terms of making a better print system, in terms of printing machine, or finding a technology that would not create ink stain in the fingertips of users or journalists. That is on one level. On the other level, one of the main problems implementing AI in the Middle East newsrooms is that it is not done inside the newsroom. So it is done outside. So they are seen as a form of like imposters, or they are seen like not proper journalists, or people who do not understand what journalism values is. So they don't like the idea of the deterministic value of it. Definitely on another level, they fear that they would lose their jobs on one hand, or as Stephanie was saying, it would be a form of added value, that journalists, they need to learn about AI, need to learn about programming, need to learn about, like, even if you talk to them about like simple things dealing with databases, oh, we don't want to understand what R or Python or building databases. This is an add-on value. So you can do it and deal with it, but we don't want to be part of it in that sense. So definitely, if we look at interviews from the Middle East, these are some of the like responses that you would get in that sense.
Stephanie?
Yeah, actually, if I can just add to that, that's one thing which I actually now remembered from previous interviews that we've done here in Finland. And that's, well, one of the things that I'm always thinking about is that there's all these talk about how, journalists should learn more and they should do more and they should, kind of add new systems and so on. But as some of the interviewers as well in the paper that I presented was talking about, that there is also a problem with the fact that all of this takes time. So if you want to have new tools, if you want to have people to learn stuff, you cannot always just expect that people will start learning Python or SQL or stuff like this on their own free time. You also actually have to take, allocate resources from the IT department, from the journalism departments. You have to have topic specialists that actually have time to come in and work. And you can't really just think that it's something that's going to happen like, besides doing everything else. And this is something that I'm pretty sure that, for example, David Caswell and somebody else from actually working in bigger organizations can talk about, that, there are time limits on how much things can be added already to existing production.
Mm-hmm. I'll follow up with a question to Stephanie. Stephanie, your research was across the countries of the Western countries, European or the US newsrooms. Did you notice some significant differences in approach to the adoption of an AI during your interviews, or was it nearly the same, like that everyone was expressing their will to adopt and work on these things? Did you just see some big differences during your interviews?
Well, since we only had 9 interviews from quite many different countries, it's difficult to say, based on one company in one country. It's hard to kind of generalize, but there are definitely certain differences that probably are related to, I would say, not perhaps so much journalism in itself, because that's also something that I think is interesting, that how we, the whole kind of idea of AI changing work, it's not just journalism, it's work overall. So I think that you could probably see that in different countries, there are different ways of thinking about labor and thinking about kind of professionalism and thinking about your role in the work that you have and how that is changing by AI. So yes, you can definitely see that there are differences in different countries and different cultures in comparison with how the adoption is done. But on the other hand, it's from our study, it's very difficult. We can't really say that much, but the only thing we can say is that it's something which would be very interesting to study more, to see how kind of the cultural, socioeconomic and cultural context impacts on, for example, how AI systems are taken into work environments, and also kind of how the creation is done.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, I would like to ask Joanne, because she did present quite Orwellian vision of the application of AI as a tool of propaganda inside the Chinese newsrooms. I would like to ask, do you see any possible positive role of an AI as a tool which might help, for example, for better freedom of press or helping for some better reporting? I don't know. I know the whole situation is very complicated, and I'm not an expert in Chinese media or Chinese media systems. So just can you introduce us to this a bit?
As a former journalist myself, I definitely see the potential benefits that can be brought by this type of technology to journalism. When you say propaganda, another way to say it can be publicity or the distribution of information. When you say censorship, on the other hand, it can also be regarded as a content moderation, how we can fight against disinformation or misinformation. So it really ties to the point I was making, which is technology itself is not neutral. It really depends on how we design the system and how we want to utilize it. And this actually ties back to the question that Veronica is there asking about the journalistic ideals. I understand that as I mentioned in my presentation, the journalists in China are not exactly very concerned, at least the ones that I've interviewed, about losing their job. That's because journalism in China serves a very different function. Undeniably, the journalism itself as an institution has been largely disrupted by this technology. But the normative ideals of journalism in China is very different from the Western liberal democratic kind of value. That's why I think it is very important, besides examining what is going on in Europe and US, we should also look beyond the Western world of what is happening. And but even so, like I would say in the Western context, journalists can still utilize this technology to be freed from the day-to-day mundane works, probably to do more investigative journalism, or to go to the communities, to do more personal anchored stories. So for example, like previously, we don't have the positions such as director of journalism innovation in the news organizations. So it's not just a matter of losing job. There are also other positions that can be created because of these technologies, innovations in the news organizations. So that's my positive outlook on this matter.
Thank you. Anyone, any question? Okay, Stephanie.
If we still have time, there was one question that came to mind, actually, again, to Bartosz, which was about when I was just thinking about you're using Rogers' diffusion of innovations in your kind of as your theoretical framework, and you were talking about kind of the maturity and the emergence. And one thing I'm thinking just about is that kind of, do these organizations and the local news, do they really have like this very deterministic view on AI as something which is just kind of coming and you have to kind of adopt to it? Or do they see that they have some kind of agency in in conceptualizing what it means and how they can use it?
Yes, this is of course a very important question that you also discussed in your presentation. Well, first of all, diffusion of innovation has basically two elements. So at the moment, we just focused basically on adoption. The next step that we can do based on these findings that we have is to develop a quantitative study that then can investigate the diffusion in the market. This is then a different concept. And diffusion of innovations explains, of course, such patterns based on different, let's say, factors, internal and external factors. Now, in terms of deterministic view, this was not, let's say, our core interest to investigate, but be investigated, let's say, perceptions, so the relative advantage of AI compared to humans in terms of journalistic quality and performance efficiency. This is what we asked. And the findings are quite diverse. What patterns that emerge is the more, let's say, we are moving towards distribution, the more efficiency becomes important. Of course, automated journalism, here efficiency plays also a role. But the more we are moving distribution, and if you would start talking about dynamic paywalls, the performance efficiency would increase. So this is one pattern, and the other pattern is, of course, perceptions of editorial and technology, which we interviewed. There are differences. Therefore, what we also would like to do is more closely also take a look at how AI is organized in news organizations. So based on this study, based on other studies that we are conducting, we see that there are lots of different, let's say, particularly if we are going to bigger news organizations, models how this can be organized as a single unit that cross-functionally works with business and technology, or AI can be distributed in editorial and business. This, in the end, these are also management decisions. And this structure, as we know from theory, will also shape how AI is implemented. Therefore, you said, yes, if you are talking about fear of journalists, which this is, of course, a very important discussion, then journalistic level would be very good. But if we are talking about AI strategies, we should increasingly also talk to media management and board of directors, depending on the organization. Maybe in a nutshell, an answer to your question. Have you investigated also how basically AI is structured in news organizations?
No, not at this moment. No, that's not something we're investigating at the moment, but it would be a very, very good thing to look at, definitely.
Okay. Our time is running up, so the last question. Someone has any? Okay. If not, I would like to thank to all of the presenters. Thanks for all of your presentations, for very interesting moments, for a really nice international comparative perspective of different approaches. And I'm looking forward to see all of you in the afternoon sessions as well. So have a nice lunch and see you in 1 hour.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome after the lunch break to the first afternoon session. My name is Alžběta Krausová. I am from the Institute of State and Law of the Czech Academy of Sciences, and it's my pleasure and honor to be the chair for this first afternoon session. I was waiting exactly to 1 o'clock, so we would give everyone the chance to log in on time, because we have a wonderful keynote speaker, Mr. Sam Gregory, who will today present you a very interesting topic related to deepfakes and misinformation. When I was preparing myself to introduce Mr. Gregory to you, I was so much impressed by all his long resume, and I will then highlight only very few pieces of his resume for you. He is an internationally recognized human rights advocate and technologist, and he's working at intersection of civic participation, video, technology, human rights, and media. He is the program director of Witness, and he helps people to use video and technology to protect and defend human rights. He is an expert on new forms of misinformation and disinformation, as well as innovations in preserving trust and authenticity. He is on the Technology Advisory Board of the International Criminal Court, and he also co-chairs the Partnership on AI's expert group on AI and the media. He taught human rights advocacy at the Harvard Kennedy Schools from 2010 to 2018, and he is a very welcome and widely invited international speaker. It's an honor to have you here, Sam, and we are very much looking forward to your presentation on the topic Deepfakes and Synthetic Media, Global Threats and Solutions for Journalists. The floor is yours, and thank you for being here with us, Sam.
Thank you very much. Is my audio clear? Can you hear me clearly? Just checking.
Perfect. Now I hear you.
Good. Thank you very much for that kind introduction, Alžběta, and thank you for the invitation to speak. I am just finishing my breakfast. I'm based in the US, so I hope everyone else had a good lunch. And I've just had a good breakfast, so I'm excited to talk. I'm going to share my screen to share some slides, if that's possible. So I'm going to share today a perspective on deepfakes and synthetic media, global threats and solutions for journalists. As Alžběta noted, my name's Sam Gregory. I am the program director at the human rights group Witness. My contact information is here if you wish to follow up. For those who are not familiar with our work, just a piece of context for it. We work globally. The Witness team is distributed across the globe, and we work at both a grassroots level, supporting people who use video and technology to protect and defend human rights and participate in civic journalism, and also work at a systemic level, looking at the challenges that both help people to do this and impede them. And so it's in that context that I want to talk about deepfakes. And I will share, I think, 4 perspectives within this talk. First, I want to make sure that I ground people very clearly in what are deepfakes and synthetic media technologies, not assuming that people are completely familiar with the range. Then I want to talk about deepfakes in context and some insight into the threat models we've heard globally to journalists, civic activists, and others. Then I'll talk about relevant solutions for journalists, and then some questions around 2 of the key approaches that are often highlighted in considering responses to this form of media manipulation. So what's known as detection and what are known as sort of authenticity approaches. to kick off in terms of the question of deepfakes, what are they? I'm not going to get very technical in this, and I know you've had some earlier papers that are looking at the question of the deepfakes in newsrooms, some of the early deployments of AI news presenters, as well as AI in the workflow of newsrooms. You know, at the very simplest way of thinking about deepfakes, just very basically, we should assume that particularly for the types of deepfakes I'm talking about, which are primarily audio and visual deepfakes, we're providing the deepfake training data when we share large amounts of images online, for example, of our faces. The advances in AI and machine learning that are being used to then generate more and more realistic representations of real people, their voices, their faces, or real events, are then entered into an algorithm that is a type of cat and mouse game between an algorithm that is generating representations of reality or realistic representations of reality, and another that is trying to detect them. And they are competing to generate better and better representations of supposedly real objects, like my face, or like a face of a human that had never existed, or a scene that looks realistic. And there are, of course, many ways to do this, and I'm not going to go into the depth on, you know, the pros and cons of different generative methods, but let's assume that there are lots of ways. And this, of course, is one of the most productive areas of research at the moment. A lot of research happening around how do we think about these so-called generative models. So what can we do with these technologies of deepfakes? What are they capable of? And what I want to emphasize in this context is I think a lot of the time when we start to think about threats and solutions in the journalistic world is we overemphasize one aspect of deepfakes, which is the sort of face swap deepfakes, the sort of perfect face swap that we've often seen in the popular media, right? It used to be Nicolas Cage. You could find Nicolas Cage swapped into everyone. Most recently, it was Tom Cruise, right? In some fake videos on TikTok that showed his face. But I think it's important to think about this as covering a range of spaces that impact a range of journalistic practices. So one area that has become already very easily commercialized and available in your Adobe tools is, of course, object edits. What I mean by that is the ability to remove an object in a video. Here, you know, this demonstration video showing the removal of the cars. And the importance of these techniques is, of course, they make it easier to tidy up your videos. They also make it easier to, for example, confuse OSINT-based investigations. For example, when a journalist looks at open source material and tries to work out whether it is correct or reliable. The ability to do simple things like change the background in an image. This is an example of actually an algorithm that is 2 or 3 years, maybe even 4 years old at this point, that is changing the weather in an image, in this case a video, to add snow to an image or remove snow. And of course, the place where we're starting to see, in fact, the most use of this in mis and disinformation already is this ability to create these faces or objects that never existed. So I'm sure most people are familiar with this concept, this idea that you can generate a face of someone who never existed. And you know, the progress on this actually reflects generally the progress in what we think of as synthesis, so generation of fake images. And in fact, this graph I have here shows it only up to 2018. Really this sort of improvement in generating the face of someone who looks like a human but never existed, right? So these are not real people. These are representations of what a human looks like as generated by a computer. And we are starting to see these used in mis and disinformation campaigns, often to represent fake profiles. There was a very high profile case last year in the US, not a very complex case, but a fake profile photo used to represent a journalistic source for a story about Hunter Biden, the son of the then presidential candidate, President Biden. You know, and so it's basically a fake story with a fake photo to avoid things like reverse image search to trace down if someone is real or not. We're seeing a lot of app-based manipulation happening, and I think this is a space where it's really important to note, and like I'm sharing the sort of funny example here of me you know, with my aged or changed in perceived gender identity. But this is the space where we're seeing a radical expansion of access to these tools that I think is important to track and understand how that impacts journalistic practice, potential deception. Other areas that are evolving quite fast at the moment, real-time expression mapping. This is the ability to transfer the expressions from someone to a fake face. There was a certain amount of panic a couple of weeks ago in the European media around a supposed deepfake of the chief of staff of Alexei Navalny, the Russian dissident, in which people thought they were being fooled on a Zoom call by someone whose face looked like the chief of staff. And I think what people were worrying about was this type of thing, where you can take a face and transfer the motions of lips to that person and make it look like they're speaking. In that case, it was not. It was an impersonator, but there is rapid progress in this ability to do what we might describe as sort of puppeteering, right? Control someone's face, someone else's face, to make it look like they're saying or doing something here. And again, this is quite settled technology. This is not like state of the art. This is research from 3 or 4 years ago that is starting to be deployed at this point in real world usages. You know, one place that people may have seen this type of puppetry in very sort of contemporary ways is in the last couple of months, a lot of people played with a tool called Deep Nostalgia, which was where you could reanimate your grandparent or your ancestor's photo and make it look like they were smiling. And, you know, and we've seen tools to do this. I'm not sure whether my audio will play, but I'll just play the first 2 seconds of this one. Oh, what just happened there? I didn't mean to do that, excuse me. You know, and so this is just very simple technologies that are starting to be commercialized and made available. And similarly, the ability to transfer motion. So I've been describing transferring face expressions, creating realistic objects that never existed. And we can also look at the phenomenon of essentially transferring the motion from one person to a representation of another person. So this is an example of making someone appear to dance. So we're transferring the motion from the person on the right-hand side to the person on the representation of a person on the main screen. That's not a real person. That is like a computer-generated model of a person with the movements transferred from another source, right? So this is kind of fun. We all want to dance like a pro, but you can also see how this can be made to look like someone is drunk or incapacitated or any number of things like that. And the way these start to come together in malicious forms are what we know as things like lip sync dubbing. So this is an example. I'm not going to play the video, which people have probably seen, of Mark Zuckerberg being made to say things he never said, right? You transfer the lip movements, you maybe use an impersonator, you make it look like someone said or did something they never said. And then finally, the face swaps, which I mentioned, the Tom Cruise one, which people have probably seen. And this is, of course, what is most visible, but I want to emphasize there's a lot of subtle ways we can think about manipulation as we start to think about threats entering the journalistic space. Let me summarize those briefly for folks, and then I'm going to move into threats and solutions. So alter video, just like with photos, create a realistic voice or face for a human who never existed, and manipulate the voice or audio of someone, video or audio, to make someone's lips, voice, face, or body appear to do something they never did. Now, often when I talk about this issue, people say, well, seriously, my problem is not with deepfakes, it's with every other fake news phenomenon that is out there already, right? So the kind of like, I have 1,000 problems and deepfakes aren't one of them. And I think it's important in this context to ask, should we be worried, right, about this in the current context? And the motto we've had at Witness is don't panic, but do prepare. And I think that's a really important thing to think about in this environment is, you know, what are we doing to prepare? And there are reasons to take this seriously, right? The quality of these fakes is improving. The research direction is very directly towards making this more accessible. The quality of multimodal integration, so combining video and audio, is improving. The ability to do this in real time is improving. And it's becoming more accessible. So I mentioned the issue of kind of appification becoming more available in apps. All of those questions mean that we have a radically expanded, you know, attack surface if we're worried about people using these maliciously. And of course, we need to put this in the context of bigger cognitive issues, like our reception of video is very different from our reception of photos and text, right? So when we see fake video, it has a pretty direct impact in terms of things like false memory. And we have to, of course, place this in broader societal trends around weaponization of distrust in visual media and what is known as the liar's dividend, which is this ability of people to say that everything is fake. So you can claim that real video is fake. So how should we prioritize threats? I would say that we tend to overhype the threats here around sort of big political mis and disinformation. So these types of headlines around, you know, they're going to swing the, you know, in this case, the US 2020 election, feel off target. Instead, you know, we probably need to look much more, and I just apologize, my slide deck is playing up a little bit. At a more diverse set of threat scenarios. And the way we've been doing this in the Witness context is really trying to bring the discussion about threats and solutions to a much more diverse set of audiences. And so in collaboration, for example, with the BBC, we hosted a meeting with major media to identify threats and solutions. And we've done similar things with media globally. So in Brazil, in sub-Saharan Africa, and South and Southeast Asia. And I'm sharing at the bottom the link to our kind of area where you can see the collated responses to all of this at that web link. And these are the reports that came out of that. And the top line thing that I think is really important to emphasize is that the vast majority of threats from deepfakes now come from non-consensual sexual media. So people generating fakes of women that place them in sexual contexts without their consent. And so when we think about threats in the journalistic space, the first place we should start is threats towards journalists from that, right? So not mis and disinformation threats, but threats from manipulated media. And there was a recent survey from UNESCO that looked at this and online violence against women. And in that survey, they found that, you know, up to 20% of women journalists had faced non-consensual sexual images, and a growing number were facing deep fakes and related shallow fakes. So non-consensual sexual images created with simpler forms of manipulation than artificial intelligence. So as we center threats around deepfakes for journalists, I think first we need to say, look, primarily at the moment, this is about targeting journalists themselves. And when we talked to across this range of journalists and civic leaders about what they worried about in terms of threats, you know, key areas they raised were these. So first, this one I'm talking about here about targeting journalists themselves with this material. And then the second broad category is really how this is used as a way to undermine genuine media and how this responds to the gaps that journalists have. So already, and I think this is particularly true globally, of course, most governments don't want compromising material. Most people in power don't want it. And you've also had a corresponding increase in citizen media, in citizen video that demonstrates abuses of power. For example, right now, you know, critical videos coming out of a country like Myanmar or Colombia, or that we're maybe seeing from Israel and Palestine right now. And the deepfakes create a climate in which it's possible to dismiss any true video as fake and to put the pressure on journalists and fact checkers to prove real. And that is incredibly challenging to do. And I'm going to talk about this in terms of detection and authentication in the current environment. So, you know, journalists see this whole range of threats and concerns that they have in this space around reputation attacks, around people trying to deceive them. And so when we get very specific around journalistic challenges, I've mentioned a few more here. In sessions with journalists, we very much people pointing to kind of weaknesses in journalistic workflows as well. For example, single camera broadcast. I was mentioning the Zoom context. So single camera broadcast is a vulnerable space for hacking, and Reuters has done work in that. And generally this perception that there'll be pressure on news organizations to prove something is true as well as to prove false, which is a very challenging epistemological dynamic, but also very practical media forensics and capacity gap. In terms of solutions, I'm going to talk maybe for just 4 or 5 minutes about solutions and then go into hopefully some questions. You know, broadly, people in the consultations we've done highlight a range of solutions that they want. And when it points to journalists, I think the key ones here are access to tools and support around tools. And I'm going to talk about why that's an issue now in terms of when it comes to detection tools, what the challenges are and the dynamics around those. So when we look at the tools available to journalists, broadly speaking, we could be looking at, can we teach people to spot these? Can we look at detection tools, and can we look for tools for authentication? So I'm actually not going to talk in depth about the idea that we can teach people to spot deepfakes. I think there's a lot of myths around spotting deepfakes that deceive people, right? Like this idea that you can like spot that they have shimmering eyes or that the hairline doesn't look right. The problem is research already shows that people don't have a good ability to discern deepfakes when we actually start testing it out. People are not good at spotting the quality or the manipulation. And also people get deceived by sort of easy tips that age quickly. So for example, people used to think that deepfakes didn't blink. And I remember talking to the researcher who worked on that, and he said, look, I published a paper about this, and within, I think it was a month, someone sent me a deepfake that blinked, because what people had done is, of course, they'd updated their algorithms to make deepfakes that blink, right? Because this is a generative adversarial process that we're grappling here with. So we can't use what we might think of as the current algorithmic Achilles heel of these algorithms as the detection tip that we as journalists or as citizens use. So, you know, when it comes to what journalists can do, we've generally been recommending a kind of 3-step process, right? You can look for these types of giveaways, these kind of like synthetic glitches, you know, like the distortion on a hairline, but it's not all that useful in the long run. You can then apply existing sort of video verification approaches, which is very much where we would come from, like, you know, image reverse search to see if this has been adapted from another location or another time. And then you can start to use kind of emerging types of tools like that are coming out of research labs at the moment. The problem with those is most of them aren't very accurate right now. So I can't really recommend a lot of AI-based tools for doing verification. And the reason for that is they're still trying to bridge the gap between what journalists need and what is possible with the tools, right? So journalists often deal with a lot of quantity, videos that are, say, compressed, right? You encountered them in a Facebook feed or a WhatsApp group. And many of the detection tools are not reliable for that type of detection yet. So as an example, one of the largest detection challenges to develop tools called the Deepfake Detection Challenge, the best algorithm on that was really only successful about 65% of the time. And that is not a very good hit rate if you're trying to disprove things. And it probably wouldn't work so well on a new falsification technique. And I think we have to be very careful about trying to sort of plug these into some of these publicly available algorithms. So I want to tell a short story about that, which is that a few months ago, there was a scare in Myanmar around a video that was shared online that appeared to show the confession of a senior politician to corruption. And he'd been arrested by the military, and it's a very awkward video. He looks like he's under duress. He doesn't sound like himself. And people in Myanmar obviously worried that it might be a deep fake, right? That he'd been manipulated to say this. And they put it in a public detector. So you can go online and find these detectors publicly. And the problem with the public detector is it said with 95% probability it is a deep fake. And the problem is that it probably isn't. And it's because these public detectors are designed for one type of deep fake. and a video that is high quality. And this is a low quality deepfake that is generated with an unknown technique if it was a deepfake. And the problem here is, of course, then people panic that there's a deepfake behind every door. And that is one of the biggest problems we're hearing, is that people fear now that there are deepfakes everywhere. And that is then weaponized by people in power to say, you know, we have to prove true around things. You can't believe what you see. Let me end with one just note around the other area that is developing rapidly in this space, which is tools for kind of tracking how media has been manipulated over time. There are a number of initiatives starting to emerge in this area. The two I would note for folks are the Content Authenticity Initiative and the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity. These are initiatives involving major stakeholders like Adobe and Microsoft and the BBC. Witness has been involved as a member of building those initiatives, but also a critical viewpoint on them. And what those are trying to do is track better how do we find out and think about the provenance and authenticity and attribution of media. So instead of trying to detect falsification, how do we track where media comes from and how it's been changed over time? And I think the important thing for people in the journalistic world to think about this is, this could really benefit us, right, in terms of tracking and understanding media, making sure that, you know, media production is not misattributed or changed. At the same time, it comes into a landscape where we have to worry about, you know, can this be used globally? Who may be worried very legitimately about sharing media that has all these signals, right? If you're worried about privacy or anonymity or source protection. And so we've published a report recently, I'll just basically leave this as a reference, that looks into the dilemmas around how to think about authenticity and provenance, right? These questions that come up around privacy and anonymity, whose voices are compromised or excluded in this, who might get excluded in the global media landscape. So we thank you for your time, and I apologize I overran by a minute or two for what I'd expected to say. I encourage you to take a look at this link, and there's much more resources there, both for journalists, but also in background research. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If we would be on site, you would for sure hear a big clapping from everyone. So thank you so much for this presentation that actually encompassed such a large volume of information. I now encourage anyone who has questions for Sam to raise your hand or ask the question directly in the chat. And since there are no questions, nobody is yet brave enough to ask the question, I will take the privilege and ask you. I actually made many notes, and I would have like 3 or 4 questions, but as I am a lawyer and I saw in your presentation that you mentioned, what should lawmakers do? Do you already have any idea how us lawyers could help you to facilitate the smooth operation in this environment and to support trust in journalism?
Thank you. That's a great question. I also come out of a perspective of thinking about the law as a human rights advocate. And I think there's 2 ways to think about that. I think there's one side, which is how the law prepares for this, because, you know, already, and one side of Witness's work is also around the use of video as evidence. And I think there we have a critical problem that many jurisdictions are not well equipped to deal with video already. And now we're creating a further challenge that is emerging there. So I think that's one very practical law challenge. I think there's another legal challenge area which is coming up that is around what we want regulators to do and how do we respect free expression and some of those areas there. And I think there's sometimes, because of the scaremongering that's happening around this issue, there's an urge to kind of tie it into kind of fake news laws that often are about really, you know, tamping down on the ability of people to speak. And I want to be careful we don't let deepfakes kind of set this rhetoric that actually restricts free speech unnecessarily. There are clear areas of law where we should be, you know, passing law. For example, around non-consensual sexual images, there should be really no distinction between maliciously creating an image of someone without their consent that's used to harm them and stealing an image right from someone's phone. So I think there are very clear areas where the law can help us. We've been working on kind of ethics codes to work with journalists around how you encourage people to do things like when you use these types of tools, how do you very clearly represent that you've used them? And I think that's important that we be very clear about when we're using tools in positive ways, like, for example, for synthetic newscasters and things like that, that I know have come up in the discussion so far.
Thank you so much. I see still nobody brave. You were perfectly clear, so I will shoot one more question. Actually, on 21st of April, the European Commission came up with a proposal how to regulate artificial intelligence. And with regard to deepfakes, there is actually Article 52, and this article says, look, if there is some image or video or text or anything that's been manipulated with help of AI, also that can become the deep fake, those people, natural persons who are exposed to this, they should know that this is a deep fake. I completely agree with this obligation, but the question is, should we go further and also give the right to those exposed to these deep fakes to know what was the original source, if it's possible, of course, like how the truth was manipulated, or is it too far?
That's such a great question. I'm glad you raised the EU legislation. I think there's some real complexity in that legislation, because defining what is a deepfake and what is synthetic media, and when I talked earlier about all those range of techniques, those are all media manipulation. And of course, much of what we do on our smartphones with apps is media manipulation. So the devil is in the details about how you signal this in an increasingly mixed synthetic and real world. So I appreciate what they're aiming for. I think it's going to be very complex to do that in real life. In terms of the second part of your question, I lost track of it. I apologize, Elspeth. What was the second part?
Do you think we should give also the obligation, so the one who manipulated the content would provide where possible,
yes, of
a link
course.
to original content?
Of course. Thank you. And that's great, because actually one of the things, and I think this relates also to one of the things we heard very clearly in our global consultations on manipulated media, was in fact many people said, look, what I actually need to know is be able to see, the original, either have reverse video search to find an original video, and you need to show me original versus manipulated. And I think in the current context of manipulated media with deepfakes, that's a good option, right? Because most deepfakes take an existing scene and change something. That may not work over longer periods as more and more of the scene becomes synthesized. But I think there is something important about disclosure. And I think that's also important for the broader sphere of manipulated media, where often, actually the vast majority of manipulated media we encounter online is just miscontextualized from a different time and place. So I think some of the sort of trying to put some teeth behind an obligation to kind of make it clearer to see origins is very important. And that relates to what I didn't have much time to talk about at the end, this sort of authenticity and provenance work, which is also very much about that. So that, for example, can tell you, much more about how a piece of media was edited, right? So you can show that, for example, someone added a face filter to an original video, and it may be totally fine that you've added a face filter. That can be a very positive thing, creative act, but we may want to know when that happened and how. And so that's very much about, I guess, transparency of process. And I think that's an interesting concept that we can think about as transparency of process as well.
Sam, thank you so much. If it would be only up to me, I would spend hours talking with you about this topic. So thank you once again for being here with us, for waking up so early, because I guess it's still not 7 a.m. at where you are based right now, right?
It's just past 7 a.m. I now have little kids starting to run around me, so it's my ability to talk will start getting limited quite soon.
Okay, so thank you once again so much. I encourage anyone to contact you also through the channels that you put there. And once again, it was perfect presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So now I will open the afternoon session after the keynote, and we have 4 contributions, each of them from a different country. So it's going to be very interesting. Allow me to inform you just very briefly about the organizational details. Each contribution should have around 12 minutes, and we will have the session of question and answers completely at the end of our session, which should be, according to my counting, around 2:20 we shall start Q&As. Also, in case you would have any questions, not to forget it, just write it to the chat. I will read it and ask the person who you addressed. Now, it's my great pleasure to ask Mrs. Oliana Sula from University Alexandre Moisiu Durres from Albania. I hope I pronounce your name correctly.
Yes, I'm sorry. I have some technical detail with my camera. I'm trying to arrange it, but if not, I will kindly ask to do without it because my connection is a little bit bad. I'm sorry.
No problem. Technical problems are always present there.
Yeah, so we all know.
We are very much looking forward to your presentation on the topic AI skills for a new generation of journalists in Western Balkan countries. Oliana, the floor is yours, and we are very much looking forward to it.
Thank you very much to everyone. I'm Oliana Sula from the University of Durrës in Albania. I work as well at the University of Tirana. My background, I'm an economist, but I teach communication and I teach communication skills. At the University of Tirana, I teach to those students that are preparing to be, like we call, economic journalists. Mostly they will be focused in becoming journalists in the area of economic and social development. So my presentation of today is focused, now I'm sharing the screen with you, is focused on the skills, the artificial intelligence skills that are needed for the future generation of journalists here in Western Balkan countries. This idea actually came because I did my PhD on digital skills, online networking skills for students, for work and career development. And when I was teaching to journalist students, I pretty much realized this need that these students have to have a different approach on what kind of new skills do they need for their job as journalists, especially with the emergence of AI and the necessity to have AI skills, especially for the profession of the journalists. So from here was inspired this study. Let's say that some of the trends that AI is having, or is how AI is impacting journalists, we already know. But I'm pretty much more focused on the job of journalist itself. Should the journalist be a programmer, or should we have these kind of students that we have at one side, I mean, some human skills, more human centralized skills, and at the other side, there are some new skills that need to be incorporated to the journalist. Let's say that this has an impact for the media organizations as well, because we all know, especially after the pandemic, that competition between different media organizations of different sizes is increasing. And sometimes we can perceive it as a threat for small media organizations that have small newsrooms that maybe will not adapt very greatly to this new AI-driven environment. And in the middle, we have different studies. Let's say that London School of Economics, Reuters Institutes for the Study of Journalism have made recent studies in this field. And the conclusions are mainly focused in the fact that the job of journalist is not being threatened by AI, but a kind of new skill set will be needed for these journalists in the future. The problem that we face in our countries in Western Balkans is that at one side we have problems of media freedom. We are struggling of different ethical issues in journalism, but at the other side we have a new generation of journalists who need to be aware of these AI tools that can help them to perform better their job. When it comes to literature, when it comes to the research problem and the research questions, actually, the aim of this research is to verify the awareness about AI skills in the Western Balkan countries for this new generation of journalists, if they are aware of these skills and what kind of skills are they aware of, and what is their necessity of these skills. From here comes the research question. Concerning the literature review, I can say that I revised the literature, maybe focusing more on a different field, which is the field of online journalism, that it is not directly connected with AI. AI is a broader concept in journalism, but let's say that most studies focus in the concept of online journalism skills rather than in the concept of AI journalism skills for journalists. But what is important is that let's say that I can mention here, let's say that the two different studies, the two last studies. One is performed by Miroshenko, which says that this robotic journalism should work in collision with organic journalism, and World Economic Forum describes the challenges of AI for journalism, such as technical challenges and governance challenges that need different skill sets for the journalist in order to face these challenges and to better perform his or her job. The study that I conducted is qualitative because it focuses rather to explore new phenomena, and I conducted two focus groups during my classes with students of the University of Tirana of the Faculty of Philology, journalism students, and we discussed on the challenges that AI has for the journalist jobs in the context of our countries in the Western Balkans, and on the impact that the skills can have to better perform this job. And let's say that students focus mainly in technical skills. They have a great awareness on what is the necessity of technical skills to do their job. And some of the skills mentioned were data analytics, editing, automating content, sourcing, managing user-generated content. These are all the struggles that, here comes the human dimension of on how the humans can help AI even to structure information, because we all know that AI has difficulties when, especially to deal with unstructured information or to verify sources and stuff like that. Here comes also the ethical awareness, which is really important for the future of the job of the journalist when he or she will be interacting in an AI context. When it comes to future challenges, often by the students were mentioned that journalists in the future will need combined skills. Let's say at one side, skills that a journalist has and has always had in his profession, but then comes this thing of more technically related skills which are related to AI, which were already mentioned, and how to combine these skills even in the future of teaching, of capacity building for students, especially in our region. This is my study. I would be happy to hear the presentations of the colleagues and of course to discuss on the wrap-up session with questions and answers, of course. Thank you very much.
Oliana, thank you so much for being so punctual and so much on time.
I tried to speed up a bit. I'm sorry if I was too fast, but I didn't want to make you wait for this.
It was perfect. I actually noted already 1, 2, 3, 4 questions for you. So we are definitely going to have some
Thank you so much. I'm going to mute my mic so the other colleagues can speak.
Now we are going to have another very interesting paper written by several authors, 4 of them from University of Bucharest in Romania, Mrs. Daniela Frumusani, Valentina Marinescu, Silvia Branea, and Ramona Marinescu, together with Bianca Fox from Nottingham Trent University in the United Kingdom. I suppose that it will be Mrs. Bianca Fox.
Hello, yes, it's going to be me.
Yes. And so allow me just to say the title of your presentation so everyone is on the same page. So you are going to talk about perceptions and attitudes towards AI-generated news, a thematic content analysis of AI and its impact on the craft of journalism as a provider of daily news. Bianca, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this. I have to start by saying I have bad news, because in order to be able to share my presentation, apparently I have to quick Zoom and reopen. So, how shall we do this? Shall I send you my presentation so you can share it, or shall I just quit Zoom for a few seconds and then come back?
Okay, so try to quit and come back.
All right, it will only take a few seconds. I promise. I'm not going to disappear forever.
Okay, in case it takes more than 10-20 seconds, I will ask Oliana some questions.
Brilliant, thank you so much.
Thank
I'll
you.
be back in a second.
So we see that even we are discussing AI journalism, there are always some problems that we need to face, and it at least show us that we need to be flexible and open-minded. So let's wait a few more seconds for Bianca to be back. And in the meantime, allow me to encourage you to write your questions in the chat so you don't forget them later, because these are very interesting papers. I see Bianca is back. It was really just a few seconds. So Bianca.
Hi. Hello again. Yes, let's try now. There we go. It does work. The marvels of technology. I don't want to update Zoom now. No, that would be a really bad idea. All right. So I hope you can see my screen now. So hello, everyone. Thank you again for this warm welcome. My name is Bianca Fox. I work at Nottingham Trent University in the UK. And together with scholars and researchers from the University of Bucharest, we have worked together on this project that I have today the opportunity to talk to you about. Now, building on what previous speakers have said, and particularly the speaker just before me, who was talking about skills and how do we build those new skills that journalists need. My presentation today is basically going to focus on the audience and how the audience is perceiving AI-generated news and how the audience makes sense of AI-generated news. So we all know that recently questions about whether AI will replace journalists have become louder and have kind of started to dominate not only the academic discourse, but also the discourse in the media industry. And we all know that journalism has been through so many changes over the years. I mean, I remember starting my work as starting my first job as a journalist, which was probably 20 years ago. And I have to say that the industry, it was just so different to what it is today. So if you've ever practiced journalism, but even as an observer, if you haven't practiced journalism, you can tell that the industry itself has been through so many changes. Again, now with the rise of automated and personalized stories and computing assistant reporting, journalism is further redefining its practices. It's basically a new way in which journalism is being reshaped. Let me just do this. So with this in mind, we started a research project at the end of last year. So this is basically a COVID project, if you want to call it that way. We started by examining the existing research around artificial intelligence in journalism, around how what changes journalists have had to do as a result of the rise of AI generated software. So far, existing research on artificial intelligence in journalism has focused more on understanding and explaining what artificial intelligence means for the future of the profession. Again, like our previous speaker, the research has focused a lot on what does the journalist of the future look like, what skills journalists will need in the future, as well as outlining the potential impact of artificial intelligence in newsrooms, like from newsroom practices to newsroom roles and cost implications. At the same time, there is a body of research that analyzes the changes in journalistic routine, but there is far less research on how the audience perceives the use of AI-assisted technology in news production and dissemination. So our project aims to kind of correct this oversight and attempts to refocus scholarly efforts on the audience and its understanding of artificial intelligence and software-generated news. For those of you who are familiar with research that has been done so far, published so far on AI in journalism, you will see that the research is kind of split. It's still in embryonic phase, and it appears to be dominated by contrasting views and slightly inconsistent results. So on one hand, we have the skeptics, the ones who describe artificial intelligence as the biggest threat to the profession, because they believe that the potential of internet giants to become more powerful than government is a real threat to modern societies. And they believe that this is now possible with the help of AI algorithms. On the other hand, we have the scholars that are less skeptical about artificial intelligence and what it means and its impact on journalism and journalistic practices. And they explore the potential of AI tools to improve journalistic outputs. And these are the scholars that claim that despite the unlimited potential and despite the threats that some see in these tools also are not likely to supersede journalists. They're not likely to replace journalists. We will still have journalists in the future. Of course, they will need a different set of skills. Of course, they will need more training on how to understand machine learning and how to work maybe with artificial intelligence in order to improve the work that they're doing. But at the same time, we can't really say that journalists are going to be replaced. And for those of you who are passionate about media history, if we go back in time and we think about the history of media and a time when radio was new, or was a new medium, and debates at the time were saying that radio is going to take over. We're not going to have newspapers anymore. And then again, this discussion was kind of in a way replicated when television became very popular. I still remember reading so many studies who at the time were claiming that television is the future and it will replace all the other platforms, which obviously has not happened. So there are many scholars still that believe that this is not going to happen in the case of artificial intelligence either. But we will learn how to use artificial intelligence. We will learn how to live with it. We will learn how to make the most of it, if you want. Now, what I want to focus today, though, is a different branch of studies to the ones I've just mentioned. And a branch of studies that has focused on the way the audience experience news produced by artificial intelligence-driven tools. And this branch of studies, this branch of research, again, has had mixed results. And I've listed a few here because these are the main scholars and main studies that we kind of used as a framework for our own research. So you will see when you start reading about how the audience is experiencing news produced by AI-driven tools, that there are scholars who have kind of come up with a typology, with a way in which they use several dimensions to kind of encourage people to compare AI-generated news to news written by a real journalist, by a person. And we have Mellin et al., for example, who used 4 different dimensions to ask readers and viewers to evaluate news produced by a news automated system called Valtteri. The result found that the audience was less appreciative of the artificial intelligence generated news stories. They were in a way trusting more the news that were written by a real journalist. We find this result again in other studies, like in Clearwell's study or Wu's study, which is the most recent one. But I'm not gonna dwell too much on this because I don't want to go into too much detail. It's just I wanted to give you an overview of the studies that have been conducted so far on audience perception of artificial intelligence generated news. And I wanted to tell you what we've done different after all. How is our study different? Well, whilst our paper kind of continues the line of inquiry on how the audience experience and perceive automated news selection and software generated news, we started from these theoretical frameworks, but what we did, opposed to these authors, was to avoid giving people a prescriptive list of dimensions, if you want. We wanted to avoid giving them a prescribed list of types or a prescribed lens through which to evaluate and compare AI-generated news stories. Instead, we allowed them to come up with their own system of evaluating these stories, to come up with their own dimensions to compare people-generated news versus AI-generated news stories. So this is kind of how the project started. We explore in this project people's experience with predictive news and AI-generated news articles. But we are doing this through the participants' personal experience story. So with this in mind, obviously, we started the research from 3 research questions. So first of all, we wanted to find out how news consumers experience the use of algorithms in determining their own personalized news agenda. Then we wanted to find out how do news consumers perceive AI-generated news stories. And last but not least, we wanted to know what is the audience attitude towards AI-driven tools, and particularly towards AI-driven tools being used in news production and distribution. How do they feel about that? Do they know when this happens? Are they able to tell which news stories are written by a real journalist and which news stories are generated by artificial intelligence? And how do they make this distinction? As a methodology, obviously, we chose grounded theory. So it's a qualitative exploratory study. It's in essence a qualitative study. So we conducted 22 semi-structured interviews at the end of last year. Obviously, because of COVID, these interviews had to be conducted online. But you know, on the bright side, it meant that we were not restricted to a particular country. So our interviewees were from across Europe, with some actually from across the world. We had participants from Mexico, we had participants from South Asia. So in a way, the COVID crisis has helped our research, if you want, because it hasn't restricted us to one particular country and to just analyzing the situation of people from one particular country. Right, with this in mind, because I know I have little time today, I thought I would just show you some of the results that we got from conducting this research. So the first significant result, if you want, was the fact that we noticed a concern amongst the participants regarding the possibility of living in one's own news bubble, if you want. So what our participants were telling us was that based on the algorithm selection of the automated selection of news, they sometimes feel like they are living in a news bubble, like they only have access to particular news stories that are generated and are recommended to them by algorithms. And this is something that kind of came through our discussions with the participants. And you can see here what some of them have said. And we thought this was quite interesting, because at the same time, we had, I think, two or three participants who said that actually I welcome this automated selection of news stories that I get every time I have a look on social media. That's because it kind of saves me time, and I don't actually have to look for those news stories. They're there already for me to just click on. So the attitude towards this is, and the understanding of this and the preference, as you can see, is quite different. But most of the participants kind of saw this process as being quite intrusive, and as giving them the impression that they live in a news bubble. Now, others have said that this automated news selection also kind of raises privacy issues for them, because they feel like they're being watched. They feel like someone is constantly watching what news stories they are clicking on, and based on that, someone or something is recommending similar news stories for them to read. And some of our participants said that, you know, I know that one day I'm interested in sports, but maybe tomorrow I'm not interested in sports. Maybe tomorrow I want to know more about the latest developments in politics, or I want to know the result of the election, or I want to know something else, or I want to find out more about, I don't know, history, or about technology, or about anything else. I don't have just one particular interest. I'm not just interested in one single thing. I don't want to see stories just on one single topic. Now, interestingly, when we asked them to kind of tell us a word that for them describes artificial intelligence, most of them said that they associate artificial intelligence with the word evolution. They see it as being something new, evolutionary, innovative. But you will see from this word cloud that some of them also perceive artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence tools as being scary or unimaginative, or as representing a threat or danger. And it's being very cold because of that lack of not necessarily just transparency, but also that lack of emotion, if you want. And interestingly, some of them associate artificial intelligence with control, with being controlled, which we again thought it was very interesting. Now, just to give you an indication of how we actually measured this and how we came up with the typology that I'm going to present to you in a few seconds, we asked our participants to read two news articles and try to compare them and try to analyze them and try to identify who wrote which article. So we basically asked them to tell us, who do you think wrote this article? Was it a real journalist, or do you think it was generated by a software?
Bianca, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
No worries.
You.
I'm just going to go straight to the end.
Could you please wrap up? Yes. So we will for sure discuss at the end. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Of course. Last thing I want to share with you is probably the most important result of this research, which is the criteria used by the participants to compare these articles that I just showed you. And you can see here a list of criteria that they used to compare and to kind of gauge if an article was written by a real journalist or by a software. In conclusion, what we kind of got from this research and from analyzing the semi-structured interview was that people generally want more transparency. They want to know who wrote that news story that they are reading. They are interested in knowing that, and more than that, they want to know that that's a real person with opinions, with feelings, with thoughts. So we kind of notice a newly found respect for the journalistic profession, and in a way more trust in journalists, if you want. And apart from that, probably again, something that is quite interesting is the fact that our participants, contrary to existing findings, did not perceive AI-generated news stories as being more objective, credible, or less bias orientated, which I think it's something that, you know, it's worth mentioning. All right, thank you so much. Sorry for sorry if this was too long, but I'm very much looking forward to your questions at the end. Thank you.
Bianca, thank you so much for this interesting presentation. We could all see how enthusiastic you are with the speech, so for sure there will be discussion.
I just kind of tried to fit everything into 12 minutes. Obviously, I slightly failed because I've gone over, but...
It's okay. I just tried to put the alarm clock as a reaction.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Okay, so now it's my great pleasure to welcome Matías Felipe de Lima Santos from the School of Communication, University of Navarra from Spain, who will present us a contribution on the topic From Data Journalism to Artificial Intelligence, a practical application of computer vision in news reporting. Matías, I will not take the floor longer, and the floor is yours, and thanks so much for being here. Unfortunately, we see you speaking and don't hear you speaking. Can anyone hear Matías?
Hear me?
Yes, now yes.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I changed the microphone. So thank you everyone for being here today. Dobry den. So as she mentioned, I'm Matías Felipe from the University of Navarra in Spain. So I'm grateful to have a space to share my study from data journalism to artificial intelligence. This is a practical application, an experimental study that I conduct at La Nación in Argentina. So before, oh, sorry, I forgot the presentation. So here it is. So before I start, I want to show the agenda for today really quick. Let me just put the screen here so I can see you. Yeah. So as we have a short time, so I'm going directly to my theoretical framework. So La Nación is well known in the data journalism industry because despite of the lack of statistical data that affect most of the countries in the global south and more specifically in Latin America, La Nación was able to innovate and engage the audience in the news production, becoming a data journalism powerhouse in the region. The team has almost 10 years, so it's a long-term investment in the newsroom. And since then, they have experimented with different use of technology from open data, civic journalism, automated journalism, and they are also trying to engage the audience in the news productions or transforming, or either by the public as a source of data or asking them to help to analyze data. So having that in mind, I'm going direct to research questions because the experiment is quite complicated. So I'm trying to dive on that a little bit more. So this study was built on these research questions. What are the challenges and hurdles faced by La Nación in adopting new technology skills such as artificial intelligence and more specific computer vision? So to understand that, so La Nación is right here, as you can see. Argentina is like the sixth largest country in the world. So I went to La Nación from January to March 2020. I spent there like almost 3 months working with them. So it was a participant observation while I was also conducting interviews with them. So this was very interesting because at this time, La Nación was launching a new brand that was LN Naturaleza, or in English, La Nación Nature. And this is the new cross-editorial brand led by the data journalism team. So they were dedicated to cover the environmental topics under the lens of data. So while I was there, there was also another event that they were trying to implement AI in the newsroom, trying to bring new applications of that. And at the same time, there was a member of the team that went to Stanford to be a fellow there. And she studied almost 1 year about computer vision, AI applied to journalism. So while I was there, we had this, was a long-term project from the last government that was deploying renewable energy in Argentina. So the idea was, the project was called Renovar. The idea was to have 20% of the national matrix energy of renewable energy by 2025. However, the political stability and corruptions across the region poses different challenges to track this development of the projects. So we decided to use her background about AI and computer vision and satellite imageries to track the constructions of solar farms there. So this was an investigative story. So as I mentioned, our colleague was at Stanford, and she had the opportunity to learn with previous projects that use satellite images to map solar panels, or map solar farms, or even detect some, for example, mine amber in Ukraine. So these ideas help us to develop this project. So based on that, we have the use of AI, and we know that AI is divided in several different areas. And here, what we tried to do was to use AI that was in the interconnection between computer vision and machine learning. Why? Because machine learning is divided in several areas as well. So 3 different types of machine learning. So we focus on the first one, that is supervised learning, because we had to train our data set with associated objects, as we are seeing here in the X-ray. And we obtain our desired output. In our case, was identify solar farms. So similar to what we are seeing here with the X-ray, so we did with solar farms. So this was necessary to collect data from solar farms in Argentina. So we tried to collect data from the solar farms that were already built in the country, but this data was not enough. So we had also to get some solar farms that was in the neighbor country, that was Chile, which has similar geographical features with Argentina, so it didn't make complicated. So I'm not going into details about how we did that, because the idea here is to understand the challenge. So another challenge that while you're like studying how we could do that was about the satellite images, because satellite images are very hard to have access. They are very expensive. And more than that, they have different resolutions. And when you want to find a solar panel, it's different for the resolution that you wanted to find a solar farm. Of course, the solar farms are bigger, so you need less resolution. So this is not easy to find. And so it's not always, it's not all the satellites that are available for free. So that's one of the challenges that we had while doing that. So then we come up with 3, the main providers that we could have. Google Maps, that has high quality image, but the frequency in Argentina was not good enough, because the frequency was not the same as the other satellites. Then we have Sentinel-2 that is open and the data is free, so we could use that, but the resolution was not so high. And then we have Planet that is really expensive, but we have the high frequency and the high quality. So it was another challenge to find the best satellite image. So we had to use Sentinel because it was open and free, and we couldn't afford that, because if you see the size of Argentina, it's a huge country. So in order to best use that, we try to use the infrared, how can I say, infrared version of the image, because as you can see, the solar farms are in red, so it's easy to detect. So another challenge was the lack of skills and infrastructure in the newsroom. So La Nación didn't have the infrastructures to download neither download the images. So and also even though they have a data team is quite big, the number of professionals working with AI is very limited. So we work associated with this startup, and this collaboration was very important because the startup knows how to work with satellite images and detect images on this kind of satellite imagery. So this collaboration allowed us to conduct this investigation, and this was very useful because then we could publish this story that we detect that all the solar farms that were projected by the government were being delivered. However, one thing that the images couldn't help us to detect that was these solar farms were not connected among the other ones. So we couldn't, for example, they were done, as you can see, we could find the solar farms using the satellite images, but they are not working because you need to connect the transmission of the energy that was generated. So in theory, they delivered, but it was not working. So in a follow-up story, we could cover that. So this is an example of how we could use computer vision. Usually when we talk about AI in journalism, it's more about automated journalism or other applications that involve text. So in this case, it was about investigation and about using images and computer vision. So that's the four main challenges that I could face while I was there. So there is a lack of high resolution imagery that limits the newsrooms around the world to conduct this type of investigation. Also, they have this infrastructure is not available in all the newsrooms. Only the elite newsrooms, for example, maybe New York Times or Washington Post, but not all the newsrooms, and mainly the global south. And also the absence of qualified personnel, because even though there are people who know about that, they are not specialized on that. And the other thing is it requires significant investment from the newsrooms to build and deploy this technology on their newsrooms. So I think that's all. I hope I'm on time. Thank you for so much.
Felipe, thank you so much. Also, you are very well in time. We are a little bit delayed anyway. So thank you for this interesting presentation that shows us the practical challenges you were facing, because from a bigger perspective, I think that it all is pointing out to the need for new qualifications. Now, we will have the Q&A session later, and now it's my pleasure to welcome the last presenter of the last paper. It is a paper by Hannes Kohls, Baldwin van Gorp, and Michael Opgenhafen. I try to pronounce it in the best Flemish way possible. Welcome from Katholieke Universiteit Leuven, where I had the privilege to work for 1.5 years, actually in 2007.
Oh, really? Wow.
So I'm very happy to welcome you here, and we are all looking forward to your contribution, Hannes, on the topic when algorithms recommend what is news, new dynamics of gatekeeping and agenda setting in newsroom innovation labs. So Hannes, the floor is yours, and thank you for being here with us.
Not a problem. Thank you very much for that brief and kind introduction. I will share my screen now. All right. So my name is Hannes Kools. I'm in the third year of my PhD at the Institute for Media Studies at the University of Leuven. And this is actually the last research we did when algorithms recommend what is news, new dynamics of gatekeeping and agenda setting in newsroom innovation labs. A brief introduction. What we saw during the literature review is that nowadays, you see research emerging, looking also at the interaction between, on the one hand, a news worker or a journalist, and on the one hand, what we call computational journalistic tools. And I really wanted to dive deeper into that because that is also one of the focuses in my PhD trajectory. And we really wanted to look at news gathering because when we were reading about tools that are being implemented in a news ecosystem or in a news outlet, we saw that a lot of research has been done on, for example, news distribution, news production, things like that, but not a lot about news gathering. And we really wanted to focus on two core roles of journalists or news workers, so to say. On the one hand, gatekeeping, and on the other hand, agenda setting. So if we look at newsrooms today, and that's also something what Bianca touched upon, and I believe other scholars as well today, is that you see that newsrooms are changing. Before I started my PhD, I worked also as a journalist, and I saw that tools were being implemented in a news ecosystem, and they were somehow, in a way, changing work packages of journalists, and sometimes journalists really didn't like that. So since the term of gatekeeping got introduced by Manning White in the 1950s, you could say that what he called Mr. Gates, like selecting what is news and what is not news, that got like different phases along the way with the introduction of the internet, but also now with smart tools that are being fueled with artificial intelligence, algorithms, things like that. So you could argue that those computational journalistic tools could be like intervening factors, could intervene in the daily work processes of journalists, so to say. Then we came up, of course, with a definition of gatekeeping, more in the digital age, so more embedded in like 2021, so to say. So the process of selecting, writing, editing, positioning, scheduling, repeating, and otherwise massaging information to become news. For the sake of this research, we only focused on news gathering, like I said before. What we looked at and what we reviewed specifically in this paper is we looked at algorithmic news recommenders, and that's kind of like a new thing. You see that mostly in newsroom innovation labs, those kind of tools are being determined and being implemented in the newsroom, but they're rather fresh tools that are being used. You have different types of algorithmic news recommenders. That's also in a study by Nathalie Hellberger. And we only focused on the first one, so on content-based recommendation news recommenders, so to say. You also have like insights based on what other users like to read, based on, for example, data about their users, things like that. But we only focused on content-based algorithmic news recommenders because we really wanted to look at news gathering. If you would take, for example, collaborative filtering or knowledge-based systems, those are more situated in the news distribution or news moderation phase. So content-based it is. And actually, because of the implementation of algorithmic news recommenders, you see that there are new ways in discovering news, but also like what the angle of the news article could be. So these ANRs and the way they collect and analyze data have the potential also to serve as a tool for news workers. That's also what we found in our study, that it is one tool in a larger toolkit of news workers, but that it can be useful, especially sometimes during news peaks. But I will come to that in a minute. So what can it do? It can present recommendations for news articles to journalists. It can also detect breaking news events, and it can make predictions. Just to give you an example, for example, the Washington Post, they worked with a tool called Lead Locator, and they used it during the presidential elections, but I believe also during other elections, more state-wise elections. And what it did was it looked at voter data, and then it put that data in a kind of tip sheet, and that tip sheet would then be presented to the journalists. So it's really in the news gathering phase, in a moment where there's a lot of news. And then you have this tool that is saying, well, this could potentially be newsworthy. And that is also a bit the conclusion for why we wanted to do that study, is we wanted to advance our understanding of the news worker and the A&R interaction. So how that works, as it has become more complex and unclear who makes the decisions, selects the news, and sets the digital agenda. If, for example, you have a tip sheet that is being presented to a journalist, if he uses that, then somehow the A&R has also a say in what kind of news reaches the audience in conclusion. Two research questions. We had more research questions, but I highlighted two just because of time constraints. So how do members of Newsroom Innovation Labs experience A&Rs on the news workers' daily decisions in news gathering? And then the other one is, how do members of Newsroom Innovation Labs consider the influence of A&R on the autonomy of setting the agenda? So certain topics setting the agenda. So if a tip sheet is presented, how does that work? Do news workers still have the feeling that they have a lot of autonomy or not? So of course, in the questionnaire, we focus on the two core roles. So we split that up for gatekeeping and for agenda setting, and the processes that get involved with that in the news gathering phase. And we did expert interviews with 19 members of Newsroom Innovation Labs, more the larger newsrooms, because we've also seen that those A&Rs are being implemented right now already in like the larger newsrooms, so to say. So we really wanted to grasp how they work with that, also to, for example, tweak it with other maybe smaller newsrooms as well. Just to give you some results, so I highlighted some quotes of the expert interviews to give you a more nuanced overview of how people or how news workers make sense of A&Rs. So for example, respondent 12, he said, like, we use those A&Rs as a shovel, as some respondents even said like a compass, to look at things that could be newsworthy and that maybe already affirm what their journalistic gut feeling is telling them. But they use it sometimes during newspeak moments like election reporting, but also like during the COVID-19 pandemic, where there's a lot of news, just to get it one tool apart from other tools. So for example, they would also use like Twitter to look up some news and things like that. And some respondents said like it really optimizes the decisions sometimes that I make. I have maybe more angles that are being presented to me than if I just would scroll down Twitter, my Twitter feed, or my contacts in my email. Then another thing is some journalists who started using the A&R, they have become lazy. So members of Newsroom Innovation Labs, they said like, we implemented a tool, for example, in the health department of the newsroom, and people just started using it, thinking it would not make any mistake. So respondents said like the fate in the tool sometimes transcends the criticism, and that is also linked to what respondent 2 is saying, that a lot of news workers really do not care how that tool comes to a certain conclusion. Like I was saying with the lead locator, how do you go from the tool getting the data into a tip sheet? When does a tool decide when something is newsworthy? So things like that also need to be more transparent in the interaction between the A&R on the one hand and the news worker on the other hand. So for example, one newsroom, they added like a disclaimer to the A&R saying like, well, it's a tool, so it can still make mistakes. Another thing that was very central, I think almost all respondents said that is that the autonomy in the interaction between the ANR and the news worker, for the news worker, it is very, very crucial that he or she has like the end decision. So the ANR can interact, of course, saying like, this could be newsworthy, but not like really deciding like this is news and then they just go on with it. So the journalistic autonomy is very, very important in this study, or that came through in the results. And then also other newsroom innovation labs, more the German ones, said like that the language models are not sufficient enough, so that they decided, they worked on a certain tool, but they decided not to use it in the end, so not implement it in the newsroom. For agenda setting, I'll just go quick over that. So journalists do not want a tool like an ANR that makes decisions for them, says respondent 4. So some journalists really don't like ANRs like interfering with their daily practices, so to say. And also you have, when journalists grasp better what those ANRs can do, for example, in order to suggest what is newsworthy, then they will better make use of it, so that they will start trusting it sometimes instead of distrusting it. And also it smoothens sometimes the process of putting certain topics on the agenda. But, and that was also something that came forward in the gatekeeping section, news workers will remain in the loop. And that brings me to some preliminary conclusions. So for the first research question, really on gatekeeping, on saying like, what is news, things like that. Some news workers see it as a shovel or maybe even as a compass. So tools that already affirm what their just journalistic gut feeling has told them. And also that those ANRs in news gathering are mainly used during news peaks. So also another respondent said with the Capitol Hill protests and things like that, they use those ANRs to get different angles, get more diversity, so to say, and that you have like more suggestions of what could be newsworthy. But on the other hand, news workers discover the limits of the technology that drives ANR, calling the journalistic autonomy in the interaction with the tool all important. So what I was saying, like autonomy is really crucial and central in this ANR news worker interaction. And then also it gives a glimpse of the interaction between a news worker and the ANR in the future, where specific journalistic roles and work packages will be transformed and maybe partially assigned to a tool. And then for research question 2 is that for agenda setting specifically, you see a positive acceleration effect. Respondents are saying that ensures that news leads can offer greater diversity in topics that are put on the agenda. But again, the autonomy is very, very important. And then you have also another dichotomy, a trust-distrust dichotomy that a lot of journalists sometimes already pro forma decide not to use those kind of tools. But this is really linked also to like a bunch of literature talking about the greater tension between the Newsroom Innovation Labs members, because we only talk to them. And that's also a limitation of the study, and the larger, more conservative newsroom. But we're basically now working on a second study, looking also more at the journalists, so not in the Newsroom Innovation Lab, but in the broader news ecosystem. So that's it for now.
Hannes, thank you so much. I was just about to put the alarm clock reaction. So that was perfectly on the spot. So, oh, I see Dutch. I like this language now when you were closing the window. So thank you. Thanks to all of you for your most interesting presentations that actually, to me as a lawyer, showed that journalists are not going anywhere. They are not going to be replaced. They are going to be empowered, hopefully, and they will need new competencies. They will need to learn new skills, and they will need some support. I do have questions for each one of you. but not to be selfish. Is there anyone from the audiences? Please ask questions in the chat or raise your hands. Otherwise, I immediately go for my questions. I don't see anything yet. So let me start as we started first with Oliana. I will go in the order of
okay, perfect.
Speeches. Okay, Oliana. Thank you so much. It was a very interesting study. And since you mentioned that you are teaching journalists, you are teaching them for the future, I was wondering, is there something that what is it that you take from this study? Are you going to change your teaching methods for students of journalism? Will you reflect this somehow in your curriculum, or has it already been done?
Actually, this is a project that I have for the next semester, in the next academic year, let's say, because we have some, let's say, restrictions in how there is not a lot of flexibility in how we can change the curricula. It needs some approval. So I wanted to do it before, but as we can change just, let's say, 20% of the syllabus per year, 25% of the syllabus per year, this can be done in the next semester. And it should have been done since spring, but we couldn't manage to be back to classes, and this semester somehow went in a strange way, even though the epidemiological situation is better here. It's much more better than in different parts of Europe. We had difficult February, but now it's more, let's say, it's better because of the vaccination as well. Let's say that I already made a plan on how we can incorporate these AI skills especially to what I teach, which is communication skills for economic journalists. I don't know if it is the right term in English, how I can say, but I'm translating it like this. Actually, I plan to, especially topics related on data journalism are really, really important for our students. But what I plan is to have maybe someone with a more technical background to teach them some skills on how they can manage content and data, and how they can put the human effort to make it, to produce it. Especially my colleagues that teach another subject, on those who are going to be reporters in the future, they have done very great jobs with, these editing skills or other skills that are more connected to the job of the reporter. But of course, I plan to incorporate it to my teaching in the future.
Thank you so much. I was asking also because the Faculty of Social Sciences that organizes this conference already has a subject called AI ethics and artificial intelligence. Well, now I'm messing up. I'm sorry. I'm a guest lecturer at this course, and I have to say that these courses, if maybe Veronika Mackova or anyone from the faculty will correct me, but they are very popular among students, and I saw that people especially appreciate when there is interdisciplinary approach, and when
yes.
really
this is very needed, because I teach, for example, at the business faculty, one course that it is called ethics, and part of the course is dedicated to AI, to how to make this interaction between AI and humans, that is us, more fruitful and more productive for future professionals, not just for journalists. And everyone should not be feel the threat of AI, I guess. So now, even even if in the past we have talked on how can make technology better work for us, now I guess that we will start to think a bit in a broader approach how we can humanize more technology for making students work and the future generations especially work with AI better.
Thanks so much, Oliana. We have around 7 minutes and I want to finish on time, not to take space from others. So now I have a question for Bianca, and I know you're very enthusiastic, but just let's keep on time because I want to ask also Matthias and Hannes.
I'll keep it short.
You're amazing. I saw at the end of your presentation, you mentioned the criteria that participants use. There were a number of them. And I was wondering, were they equal, or could you see some trend that some criteria was more prevalent in preferences of the users?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, I would say that trust was very important. Most of the participants said that when they were reading the article that they thought was AI generated, they didn't feel like they could trust that information because of the way in which it was reported. So trust was one of the criteria that kind of was fed back from participants over and over again. And then the lack of emotions, the lack of opinion. They felt that the article that they identified as being written by a software wasn't transmitting any opinion, wasn't actually embedding any opinion, it was just, if you want, it was just passing on information and numbers and data, but it wasn't actually embedding any thoughts, any opinions. So I would say these were the primary, these were the most important of the criteria that were flagged up by the participants.
Thank you so much.
Fully answers your question.
Yeah, no, and actually, it's for me as a lawyer, this is very interesting because again, I will point out to the new regulation, to the approach of European Union, because we are advocating for trustworthy AI, and the trust really is here the crucial issue that we somehow need to solve and support the trust. I think it was shown also in the speech of Sam Gregory, who spoke about how people stop to trust journalism because there is so much information around.
I think if it helps, there's something else that we noticed in the data, and that was that in a way, people trust journalists more than they trust stories generated by artificial intelligence tools, because they said, yes, they make mistakes, they can make mistakes, but at the same time, they're humans like us, they have emotions, they have opinions, they know better. I can't stand the thought of reading a news story that is generated by a software. I just can't do it. And this was also very interesting. And I think that the issue of trust is something that is going to be something that we will be looking into as researchers from now on. And something, again, really interesting was the fact that they said that I wouldn't trust a media outlet who does not tell me who wrote that particular news story that I'm reading.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Perfect. I think work all of you deserve so much attention. But now I will ask Matthias, because I enjoyed your presentation. It was very interesting to see how you work with the open data, and also this resonates with me what you mentioned, that the problem of qualification, that there is an absence of not specialized people. Do you think will this change, or how do you personally think that this could change? Was there some adaptations then in the work that you did? Could you enlighten me a little bit about this?
Can you hear me? Yeah, it's working. Yeah. Okay. No, yeah, definitely. It's really a challenge. And I think that's what our colleagues here were mentioning about how to prepare these journalists to work with that, at least to understand, because somehow this was great part of this project was done by a startup, but the technological side. but this is something that they cannot do often. So they need to somehow have these skills inside the newsroom. I think there is a lot of challenge when you see from global south perspective, because there is not a lot of people who are being specialized on that. Depends on the country, depends on the situation, economic situation of the country. And mainly of these people who are well specialized are being, moving to other countries, to US, to Europe. So somehow when you have these skills in your country, you are losing them. I think the education play a really strong process. Schools need to teach somehow, at least how to understand and how to request this for technologies. I don't think journalists will be able to do that. I think this is necessary to have these multidisciplinary teams. And that's what happened in most of the newsrooms who have resources and build these data units with multidisciplinary teams. So most likely we'll have the same with the AI. But it's a long process. I don't think it's something that we're going to see like in 1, 2, 3 years, maybe 5, 10 years. But it's a journey that we start to, going through this direction. Did I answer your question?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you so much. And thank you for interesting presentation. And now my last question, and I really feel privileged because I could ask all of my questions. So Hannes, I saw from your presentation that there was really a positive approach towards this news recommender systems. And it was interesting to see how people express themselves. And my question is, despite this positive approach, have you detected someone being afraid of being closed in this information bubble?
Well, yes, in a sense that some members of Newsroom Innovation Labs were rather reluctant to use those ANR systems, but also other tools. But let me first say, like, when we talked with those Newsroom Innovation Lab members, of course, they are already quite biased because they determine the tools themselves, mostly with a data science team or whatever. Within the newsroom, it depends a bit on the newsroom. So they are already they have a good notion of what it can do and what it can't do. And I think in the study that I'm setting up right now with journalists from the broader newsroom that don't really have a quite affiliation with those new technologies, that will be more negative as well. And some of the things were shimmering through in the results when talking to the members of the Newsroom Innovation Labs, when they said when a tool makes a mistake, that there is this distrust that is sometimes permanently results in that a member of the Newsroom Innovation Lab or even a journalist just stops using it. And that was also something that, for example, the example I gave, the lead locator, when they used that during the presidential elections, they saw that certain types of journalists only use that. So I think within the broader newsroom, and that was also what I highlighted a bit in my talk at the end, the greater tension also between the Newsroom Innovation Lab on the one hand, that is, of course, it was erected because they want to do innovation, but that does not necessarily mean that the broader newsroom really wants to do that innovation. And that's two different paces within a newsroom. And I think it's very important to be transparent as well from the real beginning, what kind of tool are you implementing? What can it do? What can't? What is not working, for example? And that is something that will be a real challenge going forward.
Hannes, thank you so much. And thanks to all of you wonderful participants. I will immediately wrap up this session and invite Dr. Luboš Král, but just allow me to say that actually from what I saw from your research, it overlaps and it has many connections with what the Faculty of Social Sciences in Prague does. So I believe that if you get connected more tightly, you can really find ways how to cooperate in a bigger detail. So thank you so much for this afternoon session. And allow me now to invite Dr. Luboš Král from the Artificial Intelligence Center at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering at the Czech Technical University, who will guide you through the second afternoon session. Luboš, thank you for being here, and the floor is yours, and goodbye, everyone.
Okay, Alžběta, thank you very much. And let's jump directly to the afternoon session 2. This is the last session, and I think that we have nice topics for presentation. So we will start with Stuart Duncan from Communication and Culture Specialization at Ryerson University, Toronto. And the presentation topic will be Bulletin Bot, how AI-based text-to-speech could change the news industry. So Stuart, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Let me just share my screen here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you very well, and we can see your presentation as well.
Great. So yeah, as was mentioned, my name is Stuart Duncan. I'm a master's student in communication and culture here at Ryerson University in Toronto. And as mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about how text-to-speech technologies could potentially impact the journalism industry. So in addition, I guess, to being a graduate student here at Ryerson, I've also worked in digital journalism and media production for well over a decade here in Toronto. So most of that has been with the CBC, Canada's public broadcaster. And so I'm able to kind of combine both research and journalism practice, and I really enjoyed that process. During my time in journalism, I've really seen how emerging digital technology has really dramatically changed how we create and distribute our content. I have found that we're much more reliant on digital platforms and technologies to share what we do with audiences. And so with my research generally, and with this paper specifically, I was really motivated to better understand how emergent technologies might offer new opportunities to share important journalism with audiences. So search and social media platforms have really changed how journalism content is consumed and distributed. These platforms, driven by algorithms, automation, and artificial intelligence, have had significant impacts on the information gatekeeping roles of news organizations. And I think particularly younger audiences have turned away from traditional forms of journalism distribution, such as newspapers, television, and radio, and are relying increasingly on social media platforms such as Facebook and Twitter to learn about world events. So in the face of this, I guess a question that I ask myself is, how can news organizations compete and remain relevant? And one possible approach would be to embrace these platforms' adoptions of automated and personalized content distributions. As I imagine has already been discussed today, at its simplest, personalized news examines the past consumption patterns of users, their peers, and people similar to them in an effort to recommend content and products that are most relevant to their interests. Within the field of journalism, research has shown that audiences have a slight preference for news chosen by algorithmic systems based on their past user consumption over editor-chosen stories. This preference for personalization becomes even more pronounced with younger audiences and users that consume news on mobile devices. So my work specifically with this project examines how emerging text-to-speech technologies could be combined with news personalization techniques to deliver automated audio-based news bulletins. So with the creation of Bulletin Bot, which is a simple automated news bulletin system, my research explores how news organizations could automate elements of the news delivery process and illustrates some of the issues that might surround this approach. Within a radio context, news bulletins are short summaries of important news items, usually featuring a few news items, usually about 30 seconds each in length. Bulletins quickly get listeners up to speed on what is going on in the world. So before we talk about how text-to-speech could automate this work, I wanted to explore its evolution a little bit. Since the introduction of the first text-to-speech systems in the 60s, scientists have strived to create computational systems that synthesize text into audio, which mimics the sound of human voice. The early results of such technologies were often quite overwhelming. While comprehensible, most speech synthesis systems featured kind of robotic and tinny sounded voices that no one would really mistake for human. But advancements in AI-based machine learning and neural network approaches to text-to-speech over the last decade have really ushered in a new era of realistic sounding automated speech. Computing platforms such as IBM Watson, Google Cloud, Amazon AWS, and Microsoft Azure have all introduced very simple and relatively affordable cloud-based implementations of text-to-speech systems. So as the complexity of text-to-speech systems has evolved, academic researchers have focused on the ideal design characteristics of speech synthesis systems and the social issues the use of such systems might present. Not surprisingly, Camber et al. Explained that research has shown that the quality of a synthesized voice has a significant impact on the user experience. Somewhat counterintuitively, Camber et al. Also found that creating a synthesized voice that was too human-like may cause confusion and mismatch expectations among users. Studies have also found that audiences have an affinity for speech that mirrors their own. As speech synthesis becomes more lifelike, concerns have risen about the ethical impacts of its use. Again, Camber et al. Outlined that voice is a powerful medium for persuasion, and in a digital space where fake news has become a growing challenge, putting realistic sounding artificial voices in the hands of bad actors is an issue of concern. Bendel explained that sampling techniques which allow the recreation of voices of individuals without their consent could also allow for the creation of false narratives. Ensuring that digitized voices present a diverse representations of nationalities, genders, languages has also been identified as an important design characteristic of both text-to-speech systems and applications developed with them. Again, Camber et al. Revealed a disheartening confirmation of prior studies which showed that male voices received higher quality ratings than synthesized voices. This and other research shows that the social impacts of text-to-speech technology could be significant, but explorations of their impact within the journalism industry are limited. It is hoped that by continuing to develop the Bolt-and-Bot automated news system that was created as part of this project might spur further interest in this research topic from a journalism perspective. Developed using the Python programming language, Bolt-and-Bot's personalization approach centers around a pair of article corpora that represent both an article of archived news items, and a collection of articles that a hypothetical user has previously read. And a little bit later on, I'll share the link to the code for this. These news articles have been scraped from the website of the CBC, News, again, the public broadcaster here in Canada, and each corpora and the associated articles data are stored in a separate comma-separated text file. By comparing the corpus of articles that a user has previously read to the larger corpus of all news article, a list of recommended news articles from the news archive are selected. And so in a certain way, this is kind of simulating a typical news approach, a typical news recommendation approach in very simple terms. This approach uses a rather basic but common technique used in information retrieval studies of employing term frequency inverse document frequency measures along cosine similarity calculations to determine the similarity between our user's perceived interests as represented in the user interest corpus to the larger archive of articles. A sample of how this works in broad strokes can be seen in this slide. For similarity measures, the closer the number is to 1, the more similar the article would be to our user's interests. And you can generally see from this slide that it will recommend articles about soccer, as most of the articles that a user would have read are about soccer as well. A simple news bulletin script is created from the top 5 articles that most match the user's interests by combining each article's opening paragraph, which is called the lead, with a small amount of speech synthesis markup language code. This text-based script can also be synthesized into speech using either a text-to-speech conversion library from Python or IBM Watson's paid text-to-speech service for a more realistic voice reproduction. In both cases, the results are saved as an MP3 audio file. So a significant limitation of our system's design is the repurposing of content that was originally not designed to be used in a radio script. Text-to-speech synthesis also occasionally misses some of the nuances of human speech that would be easily handled by a human newsreader. While the cloud-based text-to-speech systems perform better in this regard, The more simplified Python library struggles to understand that, for example, when reading a sports score, a score written as 12-6 should be synthesized as 12-6 rather than 12-6. Human news readers are also more adept at naturally shifting their tone, speed, cadence of their voice, depending on the context of what is being read. For example, while reading the account of a tragic event, a somber tone can be taken, while a more upbeat approach could use, like, for example, announcing the birth of a child, could be more upbeat. The current design of our prototype synthesizes all scripts with the same tone and sounds, and it's somewhat monotone in nature. Text that employs speech synthesis markup language could replicate some of the human voice shifts in text-to-speech systems, but automating the creation of such scripts could be challenging. Like many automated systems used in journalism, the most effective implementation of our automated news bulletin system would entail a hybrid human-machine approach. A key element of such a hybrid approach could be atomization. Atomization, as explored by Jones and Jones, would see the news stories broken down into distinct atoms of information, which could then be rebuilt and repurposed in other forms. One atom, for example, could be the key elements of a story, which could be combined to form a brief news summary in a better way than we have done by just grabbing the first paragraph of the article. Even with a simple approach, however, our prototype shows some of the potential of what a more complex implementation of an automated news bulletin system could offer a news organization. One challenge of a radio news bulletins is how, in a short amount of time, to share information that is relevant to a user's interest. One audience member might be more interested in sports, while another may want the latest business news. A personalized approach ensures that content is relevant to audiences and might lead to a longer and more consistent listening time. An automated news bulletin system also allows for on-demand listening. Audiences would no longer need to wait until the top of the hour, for example, for their latest news. Such a system, if it was integrated into a smart speaker, getting a personalized news bulletin could be as simple as saying, "Hey Alexa, what is the latest news?" The move from a traditional scheduled broadcast model to an on-demand listening could open up programming into new audiences whose schedules don't allow for regular listening. From a cost perspective, advances in text-to-speech technologies could allow financially strapped newsrooms to deploy resources dedicated to news reading positions to other areas. The limitations of our basic prototype have also shown how a news organization might have to adapt their processes to implement a truly effective automated news bulletin. By adopting a human-led atomization approach to their news content creation, news organizations could facilitate the repurposing of their content, leading to more novel ways to distribute their journalism. An automated and personalized approach to news delivery, a prototype of which is shown with our news bulletin system, could help journalism workers reach new audiences and provide a level of coverage impossible with human news workers alone. Again, so that's a little bit of the research that I've done thus far. I'll share a link to the GitHub location of the Bulletin bot. And again, thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions you might have.
Stuart, thank you very much for your presentation. Questions will be at the end of the session. So thank you for now. And we will go for another presentation. And the following is presentation of the work of the research group. Kamil Eckstein, Jakub Sido, Miloslav Konopík, and Ondřej Pražák from Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Faculty of Applied Sciences, University of West Bohemia, Czech Republic. And the topic will be on applying automation and AI to practical journalism from the programmer's perspective. And if I'm right, Kamil Eckstein will hold the presentation. So Kamil, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody, and thank you, Luboš, for the introduction. So, as I was introduced, my name is Kamil Eckstein, and me and my co-workers, Kuba Sido, Mila Konopík, and Ondra Pražák, we were working on a project during last 2 years that has been already hinted here today, or at least mentioned. Basically, I will get to it later. It was a project aiming to provide the journalists with certain software tools. So this presentation is mostly about how it felt for us as programmers to cooperate with journalists, generally speaking, with social scientists, as far as their view of the problem is very different. So this is the, I will try to at least briefly get you to how it feels that you have a very, very different approach to something than your party in a research project. So it's about how we have been developing the software for journalists, with journalists, and what was it all about? Oh, I'm sorry, I did not share you my screen, so I will do it right away. So I'll try it this way. Okay, I hope.
Okay, we can see it, Kamil. That's fine.
Perfect. So what makes me a little bit nervous that I cannot see now the controls of Zoom, but it probably doesn't matter. Okay, I'll go on. So what is it? Not this way. What is it all about? It is not going to be a science. I'm not going to talk about science. So don't worry, those of you who are not familiar with mathematics, there will be almost no maths in this, no formulas, or just to depict some key concept, but I will not talk about the science behind. This is going to be just a description of an experience of situations that happened during the work on this project that was supported by Technology Agency of the Czech Republic. And the name is, I can't remember, or the translation into English, but generally speaking, transforming the journalism in an era of AI or by AI. It doesn't matter that much. So I will try to provide you with some observations made by computer scientists. Just that, no less, no more. There will be no philosophical or psychological analysis, because we are not trained in these fields, and you would get us, or anyone would get us there. Maybe if you feel strong in this, feel free to do your own analysis upon our observation later on during the course of my talk. And finally, there will be no absolution given at the end. So I can just ask you to be so kind and get to some absolutions on your own. All right. So the general topic that would go through the whole presentation is that during those 2 years of cooperation with top Czech journalists provided us with an experience we have never gone through before. It was something completely new for us. And I'm saying that without a glimpse of irony, or without this being somehow shifted either to the positive or the negative end of the spectrum of feelings. So this is not going to be that much a scientific point of view, but a little bit a social one. So what to say as a starter? It was for us an encounter of two entirely different universes. We, as I will refer to us, or when I will say we, it means computer scientists, natural science oriented people. So what are the means and the terms we are thinking in? These are written next to this blue dragon. We always want proofs, evidences, relations that can be described by some formulas, projections, functions, algorithms. We search for determinism. If something is made this way, we want it to be made this way all the time, That's the basic fundamental principle of programming. Get rid of the particular items, just think about way to process them, no matter what it actually is, what they are. Modeling, statistics, data. And on the other hand, the social science crew of our multidisciplinary team used very different, I would say, base vectors. So mathematicians would probably understand me. I mean, the semantic space of their utterances is defined by these, as I feel it, by these terms like opinion, tradition, feelings. They are more oriented towards subjective, subjectively experiencing the world around us. What is important? Media image, some kind of consensus when dealing with something. And these principles, these key elements or these foundations are very much different from those that we use in natural sciences. So we were many times during the course of works on this project, we were asking what they mean. We were not entirely able to get what is actually the problem. And it was obvious that it was a huge problem for the journalists, for instance. And they were, on the other hand, probably rather upset with us that we are not easily able to get that it is a problem, and we feel comfortable there. So they were probably asking what they want us to say or to tell them or to provide them. So this created a pretty large friction field where a lot of things, a lot of communication mistakes and misunderstandings happened. I will try to address it with describing a common problem that we already experienced when working on commercial research projects before this work with journalists. So you may, in the yellow right part of the slide, you may imagine they're not only journalists. It applies for practically any customer that is not a professional in computer science and artificial intelligence. So this is how customers think about these things, about the application of artificial intelligence. And on the left-hand side, in that blue rectangle, there is how we see it. Yeah, like computer science scientists and natural scientists, programmers. So during the first encounter, when the customer gets to the point where he or she wants an application of artificial intelligence and ask programmers, developers to prepare something for his or her company, the views are like here on the slide. So the programmers usually see the problem realistically because they have got enough experience in this. They are usually a little bit pessimistic about the outcomes. So the expectations are realistic or slightly pessimistic. So we usually tell the customers, well, it is probably solvable. We can go this way. We can prepare this for you, but don't be too eager because the result might not be perfect. We may head close to it, but it probably will never hit the point where it is perfect. The programmers are also very well aware of dangers on this way. We can see what could happen, that there are some crucial, some milestones that need to be crossed, that need to be solved here and there along the way. And we can see also why these might not be solved at the moment, be it lack of data, be it not being able to determine the principle, the driving mechanism of certain entity, etc., etc. So we can usually pretty precisely assess the complexity of the task we are facing. And we see it as somehow related to the scientific uncertainty, because it always happens in research. There are situations where you simply cannot guarantee some particular outcome. In natural science, this is normal. Everyone accepts this as a normal situation. But unfortunately, on the other hand, in social sciences, this principle of scientific uncertainty, there is, of course, but it is probably not perceived as that important as on our side of the barricade. Then when starting to work on such a project, we usually have at least a rough notion of its laboriousness. How long could that take to get something ready? At least a rough notion of feasibility, whether it is even possible to solve this problem algorithmically by some mathematical deterministic means. And we usually have at least a rough notion of computational power demands. How, plainly speaking, how powerful computer or computers do we need to get to our goals? On the other hand, the customers are, and believe me, we've been there several times, they are either very eager and very much highly positively motivated towards AI, and they are always like, we want this. This is something that would push us miles forward our competition or whatever. Or the other group, and it's split like 50-50, these people are radically negatively motivated. They are very much persuaded that it is not a good idea to put AI in their field, in their area. Usually the customer is entirely unaware of dangers. So the customers usually cannot imagine what could be the unwanted outcome of working on such a project, such an application. And certainly because they do not work in this area, they have no task assessment skills. So they do not see what we see, the complexity of the problem, the computational demands, whether if it is feasible, and the laboriousness, how long would it take? However, because they are in their domain, they feel at home, they have a strong need to lead. And usually the programmers are understood as ants, as a kind of workers that would simply do what the leaders from the respective area of application would tell them. But unfortunately, this is not usually how it could work. When we are talking about a mid-project, when it goes somewhere for a while, what comes to the customers? Usually pretty severe disillusion and disenchantment. After a while, being faced to the problems, being faced to the work of the programmers, who are usually demanding some inputs from the customer. We usually want more data. If we don't want more data, we want much more data. So the customers usually at certain moments say, we don't feel very happy about it, and we do not believe anymore in a positive outcome of this course of actions. At that moment, it comes together. They usually start to exaggerate the dangers, and usually start to be very much terrified of the scientific uncertainty. They somehow feel that this must go to hell, that this is not going to end up well. And by the way, that sudden realization of this scientific uncertainty, of the possibility that the problem might not be solved, is usually seen as a key deal breaker. While we are still pretty calm, not much happens at that moment, not yet. And usually what it comes together to, the customer becomes convinced that all these questionable issues might be solved, might be effectively dealt with a proper management performance. So if something goes wrong, we could solve it by changing the management or changing the managing strategy, which of course is usually not the way to solve it. So that's a common problem, how the AI is accepted when applied to some field, some area that is not closely connected to AI. So generally speaking, it means that most customers would either severely underestimate or overestimate the possibilities of AI applications. Both cases are, of course, unwanted and troublesome. Naturally, it is our job. We have to persuade the customer and calm him or her down, say, don't worry, it would end up well. So we need to try to explain how these things work, at least a little bit, to feel the other party comfortable in the problem. But this is usually a moment when we hit the so-called wall of experience, which can be described by what is in this yellow bubble. It's not a bubble, it's rectangular, but you know what I mean. And it would go like this. We are the professionals. This is, by the way, the notation we programmers sometimes use for variables. So this is a variable, and you may put any profession into this box, into this place. So that's how variable works. So we are the professionals, we are the journalists, and you are just programmers. So don't tell us how we should do our business. But that's the critical misunderstanding, because in fact, we can tell the customers, and we have to tell the customers how to do their business, because as a part of our training, as a part of our expertise, we are analysts. We are trained to see the possible problems, usually before they arose, by having different perspective. We are not in the respective area for, let's say, 20 years. So naturally, we do not carry with us those repeated...
Camille, sorry, you have last minute.
I am very, very slow. Thank you for alerting me. That's not going to be easy. All right, so let's move. So I would like to show you some specific problems, just to know what I'm talking about. The first specific problem that we came across was unstable wording, or unstable wording to meaning projection. When we were working on a generator for Prague Stock Exchange news coverage, the software that generates news coverage for the Prague Stock Exchange, we needed to, that the software somehow assesses how the stock exchange trading went, if it was moderately growing or slightly losing, whatever. And when we tried to define these adjectives, how this growth looked like, we tried something as a starting point. And then the journalists told us, no, you cannot use this. No real journalist would write that. And we asked, okay, what should we use? Slightly or insignificantly? And they told us, no, that's not how we work. You need to use a journalist's feeling or intuition, which is exactly what we cannot do because we need to have it algorithmic. So we started with a statistical analysis and found out how these expressions are assigned to certain quantities or numbers that reflect the growth or drop of the stock exchange. And when the journalists were exposed to this statistical analysis, they denied it. They said, no, we don't use it this way. But we know for sure that they do, because it was a statistical analysis. We saw the data and were able to assign the particular wording to the particular situation at the stock exchange. So that was one interesting problem. Then second one, what we observed was a very strong prejudice to community-originated sources. What we did, we needed to train a model to assess semantic similarity of expressions. And we used Wikipedia to do this. Once the journalists were made aware of this fact that we used Wikipedia, they went crazy and told us, no, you cannot do it. Wikipedia is not a reliable source of information that cannot be used. But, you know, we did not use it to assess the information. We only use it to get the shape, the geometric properties of a space, the so-called semantic space, that defines how the concepts, the semantic concepts, the utterances are related to each other. And you can, for this task, you can use any data that where the so-called distribution hypothesis holds. So these data can be entirely false, as long as the relation among them are right, which is presumably true for Wikipedia. So again, we hit the wall of expertise.
So Kamil, we will have to finish your presentation. Please take the last slide and then we will have to move to another one.
All right. What could I do? So I will just say that another problem was insisting on traditionalistic schemes. And I hope it'll be possible to later on make this presentation public so you can go through it on your own. So thank you for now for your kind attention, and I will answer your questions later on, of course.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Definitely we will have time in questions and answers at the end of our block. And now I would like to give the floor to Jan Drchal from the Czech Technical University in Prague, Czech Republic. And his presentation topic is automated fact-checking in Czech language. It doesn't mean that the presentation will be in Czech language, but the fact-checking is done in Czech language. So, Honza, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. So, hello everybody. I will talk about what we've done in past year on the project. And by the way, it's this very same project Kamil was talking about. So I'm from the Czech Technical University, but there is this University of Western Bohemia from where Kamil is. And we have so-called application partner, which basically gives us data, and it's a Czech news agency. So there are also people from ČTK here too. So Basically, the thing I'll be talking about is a result of work of myself and 7 master students, some of which will become PhD students soon. So we're talking about fact-checking, and and the automated one. By this, I mean we are dealing with machine learning approaches and artificial intelligence. And well, as scientists in computer science, we need to have like a proper definition of what does it mean actually to fact check. So for us, it is as follows. So we basically fact check short portions of text. We call these the claims. So such claim might be something like, in 2015, 10 kilometers of motorways were built in the Czech Republic, something like that. And we verify this claim with respect to a kind of knowledge base or document database. For us, as you will see, or our target is to use the large archive of Czech News Agency of all news which emerged starting 2000 or even sooner up to now. And actually the output of this system, so what the user expects and deals with is firstly the classification of this claim. So we can either support it, we can say it's supported, or it's refuted, so it's not true, or there is not enough info in the knowledge base for either way. And in case of the first two, the supports and refutes, we also need to give you a list of documents which form an evidence for support or refute. Yeah, so this is our problem. This is something we deal with. And there is already quite research in this area starting mostly, but really soon, but there is like very emerging research in this area. And in most cases, these systems, which are, by the way, mostly focusing on English-speaking world, which I will tell you about later, which is important, can be described by like 2 stages. So the first stage is that you take the claim and you search relevant documents, which you potentially can work as an evidence to either support, to say it's supported or it's refuted. So it's like the first stage. And then there is a second stage, and it's like the classification of the claim itself into those 3 classes, as we say. Yeah, so it's supported, it's refuted, or not enough information. And this is like quite common task in natural language processing, and it's called recognizing textual entailment. And so we deal with both of these. But obviously there is a problem. We are dealing with machine learning, so we're training from, this means we are training from examples. This is a form of artificial intelligence which is based on learning the system by examples. And the problem is that for Czech language, as for many other like low profile languages, there is little or no data. So actually, when we started this last year, we found out that there is actually no data set we can directly use. So and it's like the most part we did, we based our research in this on like 2 ways. So one was to take an English-based large data set, which is, by the way, it's called Fever, and it's the largest data set in this domain, and it's based on Wikipedia. And they have based on Cambridge, and there are like 185 annotated claims. So really people did this labeling, which is not cheap really, and very time consuming. So we took this, and in our first part, we built like a Czech version of this data set, and I'll tell you a few words about this later. And the second part was that, or the second approach was that we started building our fact-checking data set by ourselves from the ground. And this is based on the Czech News Agency data, obviously. And we actually were able to get, by means of Václav Moravec's 172 students of journalism, which were, which helped us with that and which helped us collect the data. So just quickly about the Czech version of this figure, of this large data set based on Wikipedia, which kind of serve as a starting point for all the methods we are using. It basically works in a way that we, as you know, there are multiple language versions of certain pages of Wikipedia, and these are connected. So we just, if there was a page which was referred from the original English data set, then we took the corresponding page in the Czech Wikipedia, and well, and the hypothesis was that if there is the information needed to support or refute some claims, then it will survive this conversion, which is of course very simplifying, but we think it in most cases it works. The claims themselves were translated using Google Translate in that time. These days we would use probably something different, but overall this data set ended up really well, and actually the reduction of number of claims due to like non-equalities in the Wikipedias of English Wikipedia and Czech Wikipedias were reasonable. So we got quite a large data set of like 127,000 of claims. So the second, I guess, more interesting part is the collection of our data set based on news, not on Wikipedia. And it turned out that the whole thing about preparing the methodology of collection of this is really not easy. And we don't have time. So the basic idea, I will go just through main steps, is that initially we basically took this whole package, the huge number of news. There are about like 2 million of news articles we are dealing with. This is the whole data set which we are working with. And we pre-selected certain parts of the text. Actually, in this case, we work on a scale of paragraphs. So we pre-selected some paragraphs. And then those annotators, those students started to build claims. So in the first stage, they took these pre-selected paragraphs and they tried to, and they actually created new claims. I mean, these were the texture, the sentences which were correct with respect to this source paragraph, which was further expanded by some, and we used artificial intelligence methods for this, by some more context. So they have like more things to talk about. In the second stage, this is like task 1B here, they took this with what we call initial claim and they mutated it. So they created like paraphrases of that, negations, they made claims which were more specific or more general, etc. So this was like the first part, the creation of actual claims. And then in the second part, the students or the annotators basically took this, claim mutations, and they got this context, so quite a lot of text, and they actually annotated it. So whether they look at this text, at this context, and they labeled in a system whether it's supported, refuted, or no one can say so, it's not enough info. And they done this for their own claims, as well as, and in more typically they annotated more claims of other annotators. And so this is the outline of quite complex methodology. And actually, at this place, I must say that we were happy to get these students of journalism, really the experts in this domain, because it's really not it's not like anyone can actually annotate this. So we finally annotated. We had like 172 annotators. We've collected in a second stage. There were like 2 or 3 rounds. More precisely, we collected like 3,259 claims. So it's much less than those data sets I was talking about, but there are possibilities how to basically merge these data also. So it's no problem. And so we guess we have some initial results that we have like high quality data based on this collection. And there are several tools we are now working on, which will be based or which are based on this data set. So, you know, the interfaces of these are, in this case, it's in Czech because it's the annotation tool itself. So I will just skim through that because, so this is a part where the new claims are created and you have this context and you can click on it and you can see more text which you can use as a context to build your claims. And this is the part where you can prepare or design at most or 1 up to 6 possible mutations of these claims. And then in the last part, you actually take the claim, which is like written here. Sorry, it's in Czech, but this is Czech data set. And you have various paragraphs of the original article and of other articles from the context, and you just select which parts form the evidence, and then you say either it's supported or it's refuted, etc. So this is like the annotation tool of this. We have lots of helper tools which helped us to actually generate the context. So it's like that. And this is like a first application, or its prototype, I would rather say. And it's something we call fact search. And this is where these data from these data sets are actually used for that first part, the document retrieval part. So you input a claim here, and then you can compare various methods, which give you mostly, and these methods we use are typically based on neural networks. To search those relevant documents by means of semantics of the, not just keywords, but really the meanings of those sentences. So that's like one tool. We also focus on I must be quicker, I guess, on the second part, not only on the document retrieval, which is the recognizing textual entailment. And we must say that like in the last 2 weeks, actually, we did some, we finally got this data set in a good shape, really. So we have all those like more than 3,000 samples of it. And we were able to really get some very promising results on the second part of a problem, which, just to repeat, is you get claim, you get some supporting evidence documents, and you need, I mean, the system needs to decide whether the claim should be refuted or labeled as refuted or supported, or there's not enough info. And this is like what's the ground truth here, and this is what the system decides or predicts. So you see that in most cases it does work quite well. So this is just very quick interview. There's a lot of work on this still, but we are happy that we are finally booted up this, because there's generally a big problem in low resource languages, and we are always several years behind, like the main research done in English and Chinese and Arabic languages, for example. So, okay, I'll finish it now because I spent all my time and probably some more. So thank you very much, and we can discuss later.
Okay, Jan, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting. And now the presentation will be given on the work of Bekinkoshi, Jacobian Cube, and Lungel Chuma. And I think that it will be presented by Mr. Ncube. And they are from Department of Journalism, Film and Television, University of Johannesburg, South Africa. And the topic is joining the bandwagon, artificial intelligence and the reconfiguration of journalism practices in Zimbabwe. Please, Mr. Ncube, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Our topic is joining the band work on artificial intelligence and the reconfiguration of journalism practices in Zimbabwe. And my name is Becky Nove, with my colleague Lungile Chuma from the University of Johannesburg. I'm a postdoctoral fellow and he is a PhD student, but we are both from Zimbabwe. Let me try to share my screen. Yes, I think you can see my screen there.
It's coming. Wait, we are waiting. Yeah, and we can see it. You can continue.
Okay, thank you. The overview, there is an acknowledgement basically that newsrooms are undergoing massive transformations due to computational journalism, and well, of the argument that algorithms and AI as examples of computational journalism are shaping both journalism and public life. There is also an acknowledgement basically the world over that there is potential of AI to transform every aspect of people's lives and challenging journalism practice as we know it. But mostly this is happening in the developing world. And therefore, our objectives basically are to examine use and adoption of AI in selected newsrooms in Zimbabwe, and Zimbabwe is in Southern Africa. We also want to look at the extent of the use of AI in the gathering, packaging, and distribution of information. And finally, the factors affecting the adoption and use of AI journalism in Zimbabwe. In the method, we used in-depth interviews with 25 journalists. In Zimbabwe, there is a concept of what people call online journalists. So wanted to find out what these online journalists are doing online. Are they using AI journalism? And we looked at daily and weekly newspapers, both from the private and state-controlled media in Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, media is divided basically into two. There is the privately owned and the state-controlled media. And we also looked at online news and freelance journalists, a phenomenon that is gathering momentum in Zimbabwe because of the restrictive environment. So online news sites are mushrooming in Zimbabwe, and we thought it wise to have a look at them. And therefore, what is AI? We wanted to adopt a definition that suits what we are describing. And we say it is a form of journalism that has emerged in the digital world. Basically, here we're looking at the use of computer-generated stories that incorporate, for example, that data journalism. Big media like BBC, for example, they use as we heard from the BBC, from someone from the BBC earlier on, they are using AI-enabled technologies, for example, in tracking, breaking news stories, in news verification. And the question is the use of AI journalism the world over the same in the global south, in Zimbabwe in particular? One might ask why interest in the global south, why interest in Zimbabwe? It's because countries like Zimbabwe are low-income economies, and there is a polarized media environment. By polarized media environment, I mean the media is divided into two poles, as I alluded to earlier. The media that is supporting the government and the media that is not supporting the government. So we want to find out how that then affects the use of artificial intelligence. There is also a realization that African media institutions have started using artificial intelligence, especially in strong economies like South Africa, Egypt, and Kenya, for example. And these have started in the incorporation of audience metrics for purposes like attracting advertising, informing structural changes, and also comparing their performances against competitors. So basically, they use AI for detecting, extracting, and verifying stories that have got something to do with data, especially. And in terms of we are also of the realization under the context that there are issues of poverty, and therefore how then do those low or less powerful economies affecting the adoption and use of artificial intelligence generally. Theoretically, we looked at sociology of news with the argument that focusing on how information is gathered and processed. The theory is here that there are general pressures or forces that are involved in the production of news, and therefore technological advancements, for example, are like artificial intelligence, are an external force, and they can also affect the way journalism is practiced. As a result, journalism is no longer based on tip-offs or whistleblowers, but rather journalists have become proactive in the use of algorithms to enable them to get better stories, especially with regard to the investigative stories. And what did we find out from our interviews with journalists? We found that some journalists in Zimbabwe understand and use artificial intelligence journalism. That is, they use computer-generated stories. They use computer-generated data in their day-to-day activities. And this is more specifically with online news sites as opposed to traditional news, especially newspapers, television, or in any case, there's only one television station so far. So the use of AI journalism is more profound with online news sites, especially 263 Chat, another one called Site, and a new one called Newsbox. They make use of infographics more regularly, and they also use Google Analytics in their stories. And then we also find out that those from state-owned news organizations do not necessarily use artificial intelligence, even though they understand it. And the reasons we'll explain them later when we look at factors that are hindering the adoption of AI journalism in Zimbabwe. Therefore, what we also find out is that artificial intelligence can actually aid to the quality of journalism. So those journalists who are using artificial intelligence, especially online sites, see an improvement in the quality of journalism. And where exactly they see that in the improvement, they see it in accuracy and also fact checking. It is now easy to fact check using some software and so on, to fact check stories and also fact check pictures, fact check videos, and therefore artificial intelligence is aiding in that. And further, artificial intelligence enhances their journalistic professional work. That is, gatekeeping has been reduced to a considerable extent, precisely because of computer-aided reporting. And also, journalists are of the view that information gathered through artificial intelligence can be used, especially in specialized reporting, such as health reporting. And a case in point here is the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. There is a lot of information. There is actually information overload, and therefore artificial intelligence can help journalists aggregate huge sums of complicated data, for example, which can, and therefore it can assist them predict trends or even uncover certain facts by merely having accurate and current data available as events unfold. Therefore, that's lessening information overload and getting high content at less cost. And to show that AI or computational journalism is helping, or they are using it in Zimbabwe, some newsrooms, especially online online publications, they are now collaborating with non-governmental organizations, especially Transparency International, in writing corruption stories. That is Transparency International providing funds and also helping in computation of data, so as to look at corruption, especially in relation to the looting of COVID-19 funds. You know that developing countries got a lot of donations for COVID-19, and in Zimbabwe specifically, the Minister of Health was actually fired for looting $60 million meant for COVID-19, and this was exposed by online sites working with the non-governmental organizations using computer-generated stories. Having said that, some newsrooms use artificial intelligence and others do not use, especially those in the more traditional newspapers and television as we know them. What then are the factors that are hindering the use or adoption of artificial intelligence? I mean, the factors are macro and micro at the same time. And one of them is economic challenges. In non-performing economies, it's always difficult for companies to invest, because we need to invest in computers, you need to invest in the internet, you need to invest in in software as well. And there's generally fear of job losses. The elderly members of newsrooms, those who have been in the newsrooms in the 1980s, 90s, some of them fear that the adoption of artificial intelligence or computer-generated stories will actually make them redundant and therefore lose their jobs. So that's why some newsrooms are not in favor of adopting artificial intelligence. There is also a digital gap. As I said, when economies are not performing, it's not easy for every newsroom to have computers and so on. And skills gap, lack of training, although at a university in Zimbabwe where I lecture, National University of Science and Technology, there is actually a plan to incorporate artificial intelligence in modules like media ethics and also investigative journalism, trying to find out after the Panama Papers how artificial intelligence can help in investigative journalism. There is also lack of resources, both human and technical, and also low internet connectivity as one of the factors that are affecting the uptake of or adoption of artificial intelligence. And then there's also institutional and structural challenges. That is the general lack of trust in machines. It's like how the old generation did not want to part with receiving letters as opposed to emails. It's the same thing that is happening institutional. Some institutions feel to trust to invest in a program that can check trends or international and so on. It might not be, cannot be trusted. Why not use human beings? And then what are the arguments that we are drawing from this? We come up with three main arguments: that adoption and use of artificial intelligence in Zimbabwe newsrooms is still at an early stage. although it has changed in the way in which journalism conduct their duties here in reference to those stories about COVID-19, where data revealed that some monies were looted. And also through the use of AI, news gathering processes have been improved and made easier, as they can quickly identify breaking news, trending issues, and also become aware of audience choices through audience metrics. The other argument that we make is that there have been shifts of power, roles, and responsibilities regarding new gatekeeper positions as a result of artificial intelligence in the journalism production process. I have alluded to that before, that because you can now write, verify a story on your own through the internet, through data that is provided, it's now easier and faster than having someone to check it for you. We're also of the view that one of the key ethical issues, which is objectivity, might be compromised in the use of artificial intelligence. And finally, we are saying that there is a steady but slow uptake of AI journalism in Zimbabwe. And we have already seen collaboration of non-governmental organizations and newsrooms in anti-corruption stories. However, there are cyber laws which punish publishing of falsehoods in Zimbabwe, and they make journalists therefore skeptical of computer-generated news, as one might, as AI is also at risk of hacking, peddling, or falsehood, and therefore challenging the concept of objectivity. And if therefore people are punished or can be jailed for publishing falsehoods, as opposed to a mere retraction, it makes people skeptical of using, of adopting artificial intelligence. And responses from journalists also suggest that they view AI journalism as good, although there are some challenges, as we have highlighted before. I thank you for my short presentation.
Okay, Mr. Enkup, thank you for your presentation. And now it's time for questions and answers. So please, if you have questions, ask directly. And please, Mr. Enkup, if you can just resume your screen sharing. Okay, thank you very much. So, time for questions. Still, if you are just thinking about questions, I can start because it was very interesting to hear those presentations. And I'm very interested because currently here the Czech radio is also looking for text-to-speech programs. I would like to ask Mr. Duncan, what do you think about the maturity of realistic and, let's say, emotional presentation of text-to-speech? Is it currently useful for real presentation, or is still need some research and development?
I think the capability of those cloud-based solutions actually works really well. I think the challenge, and one of the things that I learned through my research paper, is how you will be able to create a script or some type of script that would be able to use that functionality. The one thing that I didn't really explore was, how can you take something like a written article and have that same emotion that a real human news person can get across, an announcer can get across? How do you get that, out of a script? And there's some that SSML, that markup language, can get elements of it, but I think it would be harder to do in an automated fashion. So I guess the short answer would be yes. I think the technology can do it. It's how we will be able to, as journalists or journalism workers, feed content into it that is maybe tagged or whatnot that can do that. Like, how will the IBM Watsons know where it should be, somber or excited kind of thing? And I think that's one of the challenges. But I definitely saw a lot of great examples of how those tools could, change tone. It's more about how we will get it into the system, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. That's really interesting. Then we have question from audience to Mr. Enkup. is there any cooperation running between journalism and AI researchers in Zimbabwe? And maybe I can extend it a little bit. The tools that are being used in Zimbabwe, I mean the AI tools, are they developed in Zimbabwe or the technology is used from outside?
Thank you, Claude. I will start with your second question about tools. Yeah, basically people are using open software that is found on the internet. That's basically what these online news sites are using. They are not developed in Zimbabwe. And then, is there any cooperation between journalism and AI researchers in Zimbabwe? I haven't heard of any that is happening, although there is and this Transparency International is one that is now trying to encourage researchers to actually start researching on artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. Then I have a question to Jan Drchal, because the fact-checking is a very interesting area. So if you can tell us how you deal with different interpretations in the text of the same information. For example, like if you have months written in numbers or in text like March, April, and so on. So is it solvable somehow? I think that you are mute.
So sorry. Okay. So in general, this might be a problem for current systems, and we're currently not actually dealing with this in any special way, because these methods are trained from data. So the thing is, if you have enough data to these systems should be able to solve it. But the truth is somewhere else, in fact. So well, these experiments we're working now on, they reveal something what we expected, and it's that in general, when automatically fact-checking, there are problems with these things like dates and how they are encoded, and also like relative temporal or relative times. So I have a newspaper article which was written on the 15th of September, and it refers to like 2 weeks ago. So these things are not easy for these models yet to deal with. Also, in general, the arithmetics. So if you have like news and there's something like there were like three people dead and 2 people went to hospital, and your your claim would be that like 5 people were affected by car crash or something like that, then the network which will make these computations. I'm not saying it's not possible; it's possible, but it's harder, and you can't 100% depend on the results of such systems. So we're dealing with this really, and we're like trying, and it's like more or less research will be working on summer, like converting these temporal entities, I would say, to some like common or to normalize them, so we have like normalized representation of this. So okay,
thank you very much. So we are a little bit over time, so if there is one last question from audience, if not, then I would like to give the word to Václav Moravec to conclude this conference and say the concluding remarks. Václav, please.
Luboš, thank you for the floor, and thank you for guiding us throughout this very interesting afternoon session. Dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking you all for your interesting in our conference named Transformation of Newsroom with the Advent of Artificial Intelligence Journalism. We experienced 6 hours of interesting presentation and interesting questions today. Once again, a big thanks, everyone. Our conference opened with the keynote speech by David Caswell from BBC News Lab, who introduced the application of AI to the news at the BBC programs and BBC News. The morning session offered an international perspective by bringing examples of how AI is being adopted and used in different newsrooms based in Europe, the United States of America, the Arab and China. Second keynote speaker, Sam Gregory, talked about deepfakes, its global threats and solutions for journalism and journalists. First afternoon session discussed practical challenges of adopting AI technology. Presenters also brought important notes on how news consumers experience and perceive automated generated news, and how the gatekeeping process is transforming under algorithmic news recommendations. Second afternoon session look at how news organization could benefit from using text-to-speech technologies or automated fact-checking systems. We also discussed the application of automatization and AI to practical journalism from the IT experts' perspective. Our colleagues from Czech Technical University. I look forward to meeting you in Prague, and thank you for your cooperation. I think that see you maybe next year in Prague. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Thank you, Václav, for your final words. And see you next time. Veronica, would you like to say something?
I just would like to say thank you and hope to see you in Prague next time. And we are going to have another conference next week. So if you would like to join us, you can visit our website. So see you next week or next time in Prague.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Organization. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.